Deputy Chief of Staff at the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities. We're going to get started on today's technical conference regarding federal energy efficiency rebates. I'd like to first invite President Christine Gould-Sadovi of the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities to the stage to provide some opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. Welcome to the War Memorial and the technical conference for the Homes and HEEHRA Energy Efficiency Rebate Program. I want to first just acknowledge the staff who worked on this. As I know everyone here knows, the BPU staff are so dedicated and talented, and this is no exception. So special acknowledgement to Stacy Richardson and to Henry for putting this together, and all the staff from energy efficiency and all of our divisions who have worked so hard. So thank you to all of you. Also just want to acknowledge our panelists. We appreciate that you've brought your expertise to this session so that we can learn together and design some programs that are equitable for all the residents of the state of New Jersey. We've had a new partner in the federal administration for the last few years in our fight against climate change and our mission towards a clean energy future. The Biden administration's Inflation Reduction Act dedicates over $369 billion towards the commitment of clean energy and the environment. It's the largest ever single designation and funding in the fight against climate change, and it's really a game changer for New Jersey. We have been visionary under Governor Murphy's administration in our mission to reduce energy use, to save energy, and to lower emissions. And we're doing that through our own energy efficiency programs, but having this additional funding from the federal administration through the Homes and HEEHRA program is really, it's so important to help to keep costs down and ensure that the residents of New Jersey can access energy efficiency and that it's done in an equitable way. And I just want to acknowledge the governor's office. I know you're going to hear from Kate next, but they have been such an incredible leader and partner in all of this work. So acknowledgement to them as well. We have some very ambitious goals, but I think that it's really important to remember that we can achieve them. And our goal of electrifying 400,000 residential units and 20,000 commercial spaces by 2030 is again ambitious but achievable. And through this program and our other energy efficiency and building electrification programs, we know that we will get to that goal. And the way that we're going to do that is through incentives. We are going to encourage residents who want to make the switch, who want to electrify, and make sure that the incentive programs that are available can bring those costs down and ensure that everyone has an opportunity to take advantage of energy efficiency. Stakeholder feedback is critical to what we do at the board. I can't count the number of stakeholder meetings that the BPU has had under this administration. I'm looking over at my friends Grace and Noreen because they were involved in so many of them. But we're going to continue to make sure that we take stakeholder feedback throughout this process and all of the work that we're doing at the BPU. So really appreciate everyone for coming today and helping us design programs that are equitable and that make clean energy accessible to all of the residents of New Jersey. Thank you again. I now am going to invite Kate Klinger, the Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Climate Action and the Green Economy, to come up and speak. Thank you, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you, President. And this is actually my first opportunity to present remarks publicly alongside President Gould-Sadovi since she took her leadership role at the board. So I just want to take a moment to say what a personal and professional pleasure and privilege it is to work with the President and her team to achieve the Governor's bold climate action and clean energy agenda and vision. She is a true champion in this space, and we very much appreciate her leadership here. So thank you, Prez. As the president said, this conference is really a representation of a great deal of ongoing work, certainly at the governor's office, within the board, at our other state agencies, including the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Community Affairs, the Department of Labor, the Economic Development Authority, to really access and garner and bring in New Jersey's share of this unprecedented and tremendous, as the president said, federal investment in clean energy and climate action. In addition to the federal rebates that we're going to talk about today for residential energy efficiency and home electrification, the board just itself is looking at bringing in federal dollars for expansion of the community solar program, a critical program, right, that opens up access to clean energy for low to moderate income households and households that can't otherwise install solar in their properties. And not only does it expand that access, but it also brings down energy costs, importantly, for those same households. Federal dollars to improve and modernize our electrical grid, right? Work that is incredibly important as we build more clean energy in the state to facilitate interconnection into our grid, and as we do some of this electrification that we're talking about today of vehicles and buildings. Federal dollars that will help us to enhance our building code, to incentivize cleaner and greener new construction and rehabilitation of our building stock in the state. So all of this federal investment really is transformational, and we see and intend to harness the opportunity to accelerate the work that we're already doing in the state, to decarbonize, to bring down emissions, to increase clean energy development, and bring, importantly, new green jobs into the state as part of the growing green economy. The Homes and HEEHRA rebate programs themselves are really transformational. And as the president said, they build on a lot of ongoing work in the state. So our foundational climate planning, the 80 by 50 report that the Department of Environmental Protection produced, the BPU's own Energy Master Plan, which our office is leading a reboot of in recognition of the considerable progress we've made in these spaces, and also taking into account these new investments that we're seeing and the transformational nature of those. These foundational plans have told us, have projected that we need to achieve an 89% reduction of buildings-related emissions. That's really a pretty enormous transformation of our building stock, and we need to achieve that by 2050. In order to help us to sort of move along that trajectory, back in February of this year, the governor set an interim goal, a target of electrifying 400,000 homes and 20,000 commercial buildings by 2030. Again, a very bold goal, right? How are we going to get there? Well, one of the other things that he did as part of setting that target is he convened an internal and external stakeholder group called the Clean Buildings Working Group. Some of you have participated in this process. And this working group really brings together state agency leaders, external technical experts in the affordable housing space, the organized labor space, builders, heat pump manufacturers, utilities, and others, to have a series of very in-depth conversations about how do we get from the building stock we have now to the emissions reductions we know we need to achieve by 2050. Looking at things like code enhancements, market transformation, how do we build the workforce that we know we need to be able to do all of this building electrification and decarb? What are the pathways for our organized labor workers in this new green space in the building sector? So the work of that Clean Buildings Working Group, and I'll do a shameless plug right here, is going to culminate in a report that will be released next year. Again, very actionable and really intended to lay out what is the pathway to achieve this enormous emissions reduction that we know we need to get to in our building sector. And part of that pathway, undoubtedly, is going to be how effectively can we deploy the federal Homes and HEEHRA resources. So the Homes and HEEHRA programs are federal dollars, hundreds of millions of which are going to flow into New Jersey. And the state has been charged with putting together a program to deploy these resources. What these mean is that money will go back directly into consumers' pockets should they choose to adopt the kind of decarbonization, electrification, and home energy efficiency technologies that these resources support. So the state will deploy them, but they'll go right back into each one of our pockets. And ideally, these programs will be stackable on top of, again, a number of the other programs that the state is already running. Programs like the Jointly Utility and BPU Administered Comfort Partners Program, like the new Building Decarb Program, where the utilities submitted plans earlier this month to engage in building decarb services as part of the energy efficiency work that they already do. And these programs are important, right? What we know about them as well is that they utilize ratepayer dollars to support this ongoing work. And make no mistake, we view that as a very important use of ratepayer dollars. It brings down total energy utilization, it reduces waste, it prevents expensive upgrades to our energy systems. However, the opportunity that's presented by these federal dollars is that we can defray some of the upfront cost, relieve some of the pressure on ratepayers to be able to make those upfront capital investments to adopt cleaner and greener technologies. Collectively, what we are all working toward is something that's important to each of us, making sure that our homes are comfortable, that they're healthy, that they're safe, and that we're able to do so in a cost-effective way, in a way that reduces overall energy costs for our ratepayers, and that we're able to make sure that New Jersey is getting our fair share of these unprecedented and transformational federal resources. So we really appreciate your participation in today's conversation. Your insights are going to be integral to how BPU ultimately decides to administer these programs. And I just want to thank you for taking the time today to join us in this important discussion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam President and Kate, for kicking us off. I share your excitement for today's session. We're about to begin, so if the panelists for the first panel can make their way up to the stage. All right, our first panel, Leveraging Federal Funding to Advance State Efficiency Goals, will be moderated by Stacey Ho Richardson, Deputy Director of the Division of Clean Energy at the board. Is that me? Thanks. Unfortunately, Jamal Lewis from Rewiring America was not able to attend this morning.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you all. Thank you again for being here today. I'm Stacey Ho Richardson, Deputy Director in the Division of Clean Energy at the BPU. We're looking forward to kicking off this panel, talking about the opportunities to stack, as has been referenced already, with our existing programs. What is working well? Where are there opportunities to expand, to complement, and looking forward to the discussion here with our panelists. Just a few opening comments. So as I think everyone in here knows, New Jersey has already made historic investments in energy efficiency programming in New Jersey through existing programs, including Comfort Partners, the Utilities Income Qualified or Moderate Income Weatherization Program, and also Home Performance with Energy Star. And as referenced earlier, Governor Murphy's Executive Order 316 established those ambitious goals for commercial and residential spaces, as well as 10% of low and moderate income residences made electrification ready by 2030. So there are 4 new federal programs that New Jersey is looking to leverage to expand our energy efficiency programming, including these rebates today, the efficiency and electrification rebates, or HOMES and HEEHRA, and also tax incentives and grants for training grants for residential energy contractors. The Homes and HEEHRA rebates or programs recognize that states such as New Jersey already have existing programs and allow us to leverage and build on those programs to expand reach and impact with a focus on low and moderate income or LMI residences. So New Jersey can use these programs to help reach our clean energy goals, including through whole home energy efficiency upgrades and point of sale rebates. The key tasks today for the state are to understand what's working well, where there are potential challenges and gaps with existing programs, and how new funding can be deployed to achieve high impact. Federal funding can be leveraged in incremental ways throughout the life cycle of the program to advance state EE goals. These 3 examples include expansion of rebate funding for LMI and multifamily buildings. So one of the purposes of today's panel is to kind of go high level, but then we're going to have more detailed conversations on some of these topics through the rest of the panels today. 2, expansion of funding for health and safety in whole home projects. And 3, leveraging administrative funding to create a digital one-stop shop to improve the customer experience for accessing rebate funding. This will be in addition to potentially topping up the funding of existing programs. So the state is at the beginning of the process to define its approach to using new federal funding for EE programs under these Homes and HEEHRA programs. There's a 2-step process for securing federal funding through the programs. 1, an initial application from the state that covers the high-level plan for uses of the funds. And 2, a more detailed state implementation blueprint, which will be submitted subsequently. The DOE requires this blueprint to be submitted a minimum of 60 days prior to planned program launch. The application portion of the work focuses on defining use of funds, program design decisions around incentive amounts, and how states intend to maximize impact. The implementation blueprint requires more detailed information on program design, including how processes and procedures will be defined and implemented in practice. Also required as part of the blueprint are a proposed community benefits plan, education and outreach strategy, consumer protection plan, and market transformation plan, among other requirements. So the state is currently working on both the application and the blueprint based on its existing experience managing EE programs and stakeholder input. The planned approach over the coming months is the following. We will, after this convening today, benefiting from all the discussions, we will develop an initial straw proposal anticipated in the mid-Q1 of 2024. We'll then plan to develop and submit our initial application to the DOE by the end of the Q1. We plan to release an RFQ for program administration, also by the end of the Q1. Then we will be looking to develop the implementation blueprint in mid-Q2 of 2024. We will be responding to any DOE feedback and questions on the blueprint in the mid-year 2024. And then we're really ultimately looking to launch the delivery of these rebates to be in sync with our Triennium 2, which starts January 1, 2025. So as many of you know, the board has established a framework for Triennium 2 this past year, and staff is now reviewing, along with the other parties to the, Rate Council for now, but also subsequent future parties to the filings, the 7 utility proposals that were submitted on December 1st. The board foresaw that these utility program proposals may need to be adjusted to integrate the federal rebates. So we look forward to the discussion today in this panel about how New Jersey can leverage federal funding to advance state EE goals. The discussion will serve as a jumping off point for more in-depth discussions in the remaining panels on specific topics, including program design, program delivery, multifamily buildings, and workforce development. I'm now going to briefly introduce our panelists and invite them to introduce themselves and their organizations. So first, Jerry Ryan, Managing Director of Innovation, New Jersey Natural Gas, oversees New Jersey Natural Gas's EE programs, including program planning and oversight. Why don't I'll mention you each, and then why don't you each go, I think that we can do that. Then second, Brian Lippman, Director of New Jersey's Division of the Rate Council, advocate, as you think you all know, for the interests of New Jersey's ratepayers. And third, Eric Miller, New Jersey Energy Policy Director of the Natural Resources Defense Council. So maybe in this order, if you don't mind, since I did you guys out of order. Jerry, why don't you go ahead and just introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jerry Ryan, and we just initiated at New Jersey Natural Gas a new Office of Innovation. So I'm lucky enough to lead up that office. You know, previous to that, I had spent the previous 14 years working in energy efficiency at the utility. We have a very dynamic energy efficiency program at New Jersey Natural Gas, and obviously that program has been integrated with the other utility programs throughout the state. Previous to that, I was a renovation contractor for 20 years, worked both in residential construction and commercial construction.
Great, thank you, Jerry. Eric?
Yeah, great to be here. So I'm Eric Miller with the Natural Resources Defense Council. We're a large environmental nonprofit with around 700 lawyers, advocates, and staff members. We operate both at the federal level and in dozens of states across the U.S. We have a pretty robust buildings program that focuses on energy efficiency and building electrification. We do see it as a core approach to decreasing emissions and achieving our climate goals, both the global level but also at the state level as well. With the Inflation Reduction Act in particular, we find it to be one of the most critical tools that states have to really, get money on the table, make big impacts in folks' lives for the better, and also rapidly reduce GHG emissions. And I think I would just end by saying for now that I think a lot of the effort here is how do we translate what is kind of heady program guidance, maybe from DOE and other federal agencies, into the actual implementation that the states are tasked with. And we think that's where the rubber meets the road, and so happy to be here to talk about that.
Thanks, Eric.
And I think most of you know me. My name is Brian Littman. I'm the director of the Division of Rate Counsel. Rate Counsel is a government agency that represents the ratepayers of the state of New Jersey in any matter where there is a change in service, be it an increase in rates or other change in service by a regulated utility, both before the Board of Public Utilities and also in federal arenas as well. I've been with the Division of Rate Counsel 10 years, shockingly, and before that I had 10 years at the Attorney General's office. And you're probably wondering, what is Rate Counsel doing here? Because it really doesn't relate to EE, but it does, because one of the concerns here is the use of ratepayer money. The filing that Stacy just mentioned that came in on December 1st, if you add it together, it's $6 billion that are going to be charged to ratepayers over the next 3 years. That's a lot of money for our ratepayers. What we want to do here, and I'm really glad that you said there's going to be more detailed panels later, because it's very easy for me to give the high level of what we're looking for, but I leave it to the more technical people to actually implement that. But we're looking to minimize the use of ratepayer funds, but the other thing is, I think we need to remind ourselves that the focus of this conference, of these monies, is our LMI community. And it's important to reduce emissions, we recognize that, but at the end of the day, bills need to be lower. That's the goal here. And we need to make sure that we're designing programs that don't just go after the hardest to find abatement. There's plenty of, we'll call it low-hanging fruit, that for the LMI community that will reduce bills. And I think that needs to be one of our priorities. And I think you'll see that as a theme as we discuss this further from me.
Great, thanks, Brian. Thanks, everybody. So I'm thinking about whether to ask you for some ideas about how the current programs are working, where they're working well, where are there opportunities to expand or complement, are there any gaps that we should be looking, are there any new market segments we could create? It's really good that you mentioned the focus on LMI, because that is, of course, the bulk of the rebates will end up serving LMI customers. And some of the choices that New Jersey has to make include, there's a minimum 10%, for example, multifamily. What should we be thinking in that area? Well, of course, we will have a panel specifically on multifamily later, but I guess overall, what do you think, where do you think the greatest opportunities are to leverage these funds? Do we want to, for example, in a way that helps New Jersey reach its clean energy goals and equity goals? For example, expanding participation and benefits for underserved, disadvantaged, and overburdened communities, supporting EE activities that are not currently fully covered by the existing programs, which may include health and safety measures, stacking federal with state incentive to increase total incentive size or energy savings per project, or filling, as I mentioned before, filling gaps by serving a new market segment or something that I haven't mentioned. Thoughts on this? In any order.
So I think what is working well in the programs is, for programs like Home Performance with Energy Star, Moderate Income Weatherization, and Comfort Partners, the low-income program, the contractors who work in those programs, are BPI certified, and through those BPI certifications, they understand building science. I think it's extremely important as we roll these new programs out with the IRA, influx of money, that we continue to adhere to the building science principles. I think most of the folks in the room understand what those are, but for those that may not, building science principles are looking at the interaction of the improvement of shell measures with the equipment that is being installed in the house. So, leveraging our current expertise in those areas and then looking for opportunities to increase awareness and adherence to building science principles, as well as, ensuring that those principles are being adhered to properly through, inspections and other things in the implementation of the programs, I think will be extremely necessary. Looking at equipment sizing and looking at, the proper installation of the weatherization measures going forward will be extremely important. So really leveraging those protocols and taking advantage of those building science principles. And currently we have strong utility incentives that we can leverage. We have started to really see a ramp up throughout this first triennial with the utility incentives that are already in place. We have begun to see good customer participation by using these rebates that are in place and by leveraging the on-bill repayment and financing programs that we have throughout the utilities. So, looking to leverage the existing programs, to take advantage of the upgrades, and particularly focusing on the low and moderate income segment of customers, I think would be a good start for us.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Jerry said. I think it is really important for us to realize how much we've advanced as a state over the last, 4 or 5 years, especially having gone through the first triennium of programs. And I do think the timing is ripe, given that all the utilities just filed for triennium 2, and it is a quickly changing landscape, and it's good that this is occurring around the same time. I think just talking about the forest for a bit rather than the trees, mainly because I don't have the ability to talk on a deep technical level like some folks in this room on certain topics, but a lot of how we've been thinking about how IRA interacts with state programming is largely a principle-based approach and really thinking about the end point. So if we didn't have to worry about money or barriers or laws and regulations and all the stuff that we all actually need to figure out. So at the end of the day, we want to deliver comprehensive programming. We want to decrease energy bills for LMI households. We want to decrease climate and health harming pollution. And we want to increase comfort, health, and safety of occupants. And we know that numerous other benefits flow from that, right? If you're an LMI customer and all of a sudden you have a home where your energy bills are slashed in half, a lot of your safety issues have been dealt with. You have a better life, you have an easier life, and it benefits not just the occupants of that building, it benefits the climate, it benefits New Jersey's workforce. And so I think that's the end point we want to get to, and then I think of it, okay, what's the next thing? Well, how would we want a program like that delivered? I think we know very clearly we want it to be equitable. We want every LMI household to be able to participate no matter the service territory they're in, no matter the housing type. I think EO 316 is very clear on putting the emphasis of a long list of programs, right? If you go read that EO, it lists just about, I think, every existing program or most existing programs that the state has across different agencies. And then, the Inflation Reduction Act itself has Justice 40 principles throughout. So we know that, focusing on LMI customers is really the key thing we should be thinking about. And then I think there's just like good program practice we know we want to keep at top of mind. So we want this to be seamless. We want little friction for participation. We want this to be simple from the consumer side. You don't, you shouldn't have to have an engineering degree or be able to be like a general contractor to manage different potential implementers or different incentive points. And we know we want it to happen quick. We've had a lot of different programs in New Jersey, and some of them get up and running and they just kind of like run forever, and you have an easy way in. But sometimes programs are really popular and there's starts and stops, and this is one of those situations where it is so much money and so much planning across so many different agencies, utilities, businesses, private sector, that having it all happen quickly is a big task, but something we should keep at top of mind. There's definitely more kind of high-level principles, but I think for now I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think, when I started thinking about today, there's kind of two issues that the LMI community is facing that we're going to have to deal with. And I've been wrestling with which we deal with here because they really are two very different issues. One is electrification. And when you look at electrification of the LMI community, most of the housing stock there is not actually ready to even receive energy efficiency programming. And we've probably either all been yelled at or yelled at our kids, shut the door, I don't want to heat the outside. Well, think about there's no door, there's a hole in the roof, the windows are leaking. These are all things that need to be addressed before we can put in an energy efficient furnace or something of that nature. It's not going to do us any good to have an energy efficient furnace blowing hot air into the atmosphere. That's not what we want to do. So on the one hand, I feel very strongly about weatherization is where we should be focusing. On the other hand, as we make this transition to electrification, if the LMI community is not brought along and they are left behind, we're going to see what used to be called the death spiral of prices, and this is where my office is clearly concerned. Gas rates are going to go up as people go off the gas system, but we have to maintain the overall system for people who are still using gas. Right now, what you're seeing is the people who are in the highest brackets of the economy, the energy efficiency, they can do it. They can afford it with or without the rebates. Some people are doing it with the rebates, but you're not seeing the LMI community involved. As we put electrification, we electrify homes, if we only electrify the upper 25% of our economy and we leave the rest behind, those people are going to be left with much higher gas bills. So you can see the dichotomy there of, I really want to help these people be electrified so they're not left behind in that transition, but at the same time, they're not ready yet. And I think we really need to think about weatherization first. And when I say weatherization, probably people are thinking about their homes right now, and they're thinking about, oh, maybe there's a drafty window, I need another layer of insulation in my roof. That's not what we're talking about for the LMI community, and I want to be clear on that. They're going to need new windows, and when you take out that window, guess what? It's probably surrounded by lead paint. When you take out the insulation on the top floor, there's probably a good chance there's going to be asbestos up there. So weatherization really does create a healthier home for these individuals, more so than perhaps an energy efficiency furnace would give them. So we really need to keep that in mind. The other thing I wanted to hit on a little bit is using the utilities to run these programs. And I do have some concerns about a utility-run program versus a state-run program. As most of you are probably aware, the utilities don't do this out of the kindness of their hearts. They do this because it's a business model, and that's okay. I mean, that's what utilities are. They're a business. But they are going to earn a return on the investments, the capital investments they make. Any return they earn is money that's not going directly into the LMI community. The state doesn't need to earn a return. We're already paid with taxpayer money, so we don't need to earn a return. There's also administrative costs. It's been my experience that the state runs administrative costs lower than the utility programs on average. You know, obviously I am certain that my utility friends will be able to point out a situation where they had lower administrative costs, but on average, the state has lower administrative costs. Of course, that leads to challenges for the state. You know, Stacy's sitting here saying, really, you want me to have to do that too? So there are challenges to the state running it, but I do think that ultimately for these programs, the state would be better run. And also to build on something else Eric said, we want to make sure that everybody has the same access wherever they live. And if you have a PSE&G program versus a New Jersey Natural program versus a South Jersey Gas program, where you live will make a difference on what you can get. And that shouldn't be with federal money. It should be everybody in the state should be able to access the same things. And that's another reason why I think the state programs would be a better one to run. And Henry, yes, energy efficiency run by the state is going great. I promised I would say that.
Thanks, everybody. Do you foresee any challenges or considerations in integrating these federal rebates with our existing programs? For example, any impact on our existing policies, considerations for any existing project caps for installation costs, any return on investment minimum requirements, which apply in Comfort Partners right now. Maybe, you know, we don't have to go into any depth on EM&V, but anything you wanted to flag in terms of the, how do we evaluate benefits, you know, the benefit cost, the cost effectiveness of these programs as we add in the federal rebates?
Happy to go a little bit, mainly to follow on something that Brian was talking about around administrative costs. And I guess I'd call this a barrier or a challenge that we need to be really intentional about. So like on the one hand, if we look at, okay, what can we stack and braid into this? Where can we leverage a lot of funding? I think, right, kind of the easy stuff right in front of us is like, okay, we have homes in HEEHRA, we have utility programs, we have Comfort Partners, we have state programs. So they all kind of live in like the ratepayer realm or, you know, federal dollars realm. We also have weatherization programming. We also have tax credits. We also have RGGI, which is, right, a portion to different agencies in the state, and the RGGI strategic funding plan, kind of on like a 3-year basis, indicates where that's going to go. This time around, there's a focus on buildings. There's also other things in the IRA, like, so we want to lower energy bills for customers. We have a very, very strong community solar program and solar industry in New Jersey. I don't have any inside information, but New Jersey's probably a good candidate to get solar for all from the state, right? So, or from the Fed. So that's even more money. And if you're a community solar customer, you're guaranteed a lower bill. It changes project economics. All of that's to say around these funding sources, administration is going to be a tricky thing to balance. It is the type of administrative costs that come with standing up a program that looks at all of these funding streams and then delivers them maybe through one point or a single entry point for a customer is going to be difficult to stand up. And, you know, IRA makes some monies available for implementation or for administrative costs that we should leverage. But this is a different type of, you know, it's not just point of sale rebates on light bulbs. The administration costs here are going to be different and probably more comprehensive. And there's a value in doing that upfront investment early so we have a clear plan, and then we can kind of tail the administrative costs off as we're going along. But I, you know, consider deeply Brian's point, which is, you know, every dollar that goes towards administration isn't going out the door. So how much is too much, but what's our minimum level to do a really good job? And that's something that, yeah, I think we're gonna have to work through on an ongoing basis.
So I'll jump in, and I think, you know, both Eric and Brian touched on this, you know, as far as access is concerned. I started the conversation out by talking about, adhering to building science principles. The contractors that we have working in those programs today, as I mentioned, do a pretty good job for the most part, but we don't have enough of those. So training, in building science is absolutely where we should be leveraging some of this federal funding in order for customers to have the access to these programs. We need properly trained contractors to treat these customers. And looking at the ramp that's expected here in New Jersey and really across the country with HEEHRA funding being available, we absolutely have to step up our game in training additional contractors to be able to treat this new pool of customers that'll be entering through this HEEHRA funding. Today, we just simply don't have those market mechanisms in place to trigger this access. So I think that should be probably, very early on, a place where we provide some focus. Brian talked about this a little bit about having a hole in the roof, but, if we have moisture conditions in a house, those things can be exacerbated by not properly treating that house, remediating mold conditions, remediating moisture conditions before, the implementation of this funding for equipment takes place. So, really doing a lot more education to both customers and contractors about weatherization and health and safety issues related to that, I think is extremely important and a place where we should be leveraging this funding.
I know we have a workforce panel later, so I won't go into this a lot, but one thing that probably nobody thinks about, but it was interesting as I was reading to get ready for this, is there was a lot of comments, get in now, because the labor force is not going to be able to handle what's coming, and prices are going to go up because there won't be enough contractors. So I just, from our perspective, it's interesting because I look at it a little bit differently than you do. You need the workers to get the job done. I look at it as, if you don't have the workers to get the job done, the ones who are there are going to raise their rates because it's simple supply and demand. If we don't have enough workers to do the work, it's going to be more expensive to do what we need to do. So I do think that is a challenge, and one that I think will be covered later today. The other challenge I think we have is we don't really know the LMI community as well as we probably should before we start helping them. One of the things that I think is really important before you go to give someone help is you ask them, what is it you need? Don't assume that we know what people need. We need to go out there and we really need to engage with the LMI community. The utility programs have done a very good job of introducing energy efficiency. I don't know that this community is where they're focused. I mean, for them, the goal is to reduce energy usage, and it's not really there's programs for different groups, but their goal is to reduce energy usage, and that's what they should be doing. But as we go forward in this particular sphere where we're looking right at the LMI community, we really need to engage the LMI community and make sure that we're getting them what they need. I'll go back to one of my favorite examples of the electric vehicle chargers. And one of the ideas was to put them all over the inner city because that would help people in the inner cities. No, it won't. They don't have cars. Not that they don't have electric cars, they don't have cars. They're not driving cars. 25% of the residents of Newark don't own a car. Putting an electric vehicle charger outside their home isn't going to help them. But when we started talking about electric vehicles with that community, electrifying the port in Newark was something that they felt would really help them. And it's something that we really need to engage and make sure that we're giving the help that's needed, not the help that we want to give. I think that's really important.
I wanted to mention some of the work that we're already doing that's kind of related to the comments here. One is the whole house pilot, and we have a representative from the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative here today. The idea is to address those health and safety issues, using building science. And I think there's a pilot that's happening in Trenton, and I think we're going to learn some good information about what are the top issues, mold or asbestos, lead, and also foundation and roof, damage that's affecting the integrity of the building shell. So, of course, those need to be addressed before, as you said, before we, do the air sealing and insulation and the weatherization of the home. So that program is ongoing. We're looking to enroll 100 homes and to have about 20 to 30 see if they're good candidates for electrification. And we're doing that in collaboration with our Comfort Partners program, which, as someone mentioned earlier, is our low-income EE program, and also local partners. So that potentially could be expanded statewide, to leverage that kind of design of a program and add these federal rebates as well, ultimately, later down the road. And I also want to mention, in terms of existing, some of the strengths that we have, I think, in New Jersey are that there are core programs offered by the utilities. They do a lot of coordination and among themselves to design and deliver programs that are comparable across the state, so that there aren't a lot of disparities in terms of, or differences in terms of programs, depending on what utility territory you live in. So I think that's a good foundation to add these federal rebates. Another question. Thinking through the different stakeholders that engage with these programs, including residents, contractors, aggregators, distributors, are there any process points that you're aware of that create friction? How could integration of existing programs with new federal programs reduce friction for residents in receiving EE incentives? Are there any sort of, it kind of goes a little bit to what's not, maybe something that's not working, or opportunities to improve efficiencies, or that you're aware of? Or you think that what we should be considering?
And I'm sorry, I can't even remember if it was Jerry or Eric who said it, but one of the issues here is that it can't be that you have to go on the internet and do a lot of research to figure out what you need for your home. First of all, the community we're talking about, not everyone has internet access in their home or even locally. I mean, people don't realize this, but there are still places in New Jersey where you don't have internet access, you don't have cell phone access. You're kind of not in the same world that we're in here. So it's got to be simplified. And I think one of the frictions is going to be the education factor, making sure that people understand that. And the other education factor, I agree, is the contractors, getting them to understand what is needed and what they need to do, where their focus needs to be. I'm making sure, that this building stock is ready to receive EE, is ready to receive community solar. It doesn't do us any good to build community solar if we can't get it to the people who need it. So making sure that we're ready to be able to do those things is really important. And I think education of consumers, when you're talking about residential consumers, making them able to understand what we're talking about. Because I don't know about you guys, when I go out to a party of people who's not in this room and I talk about what I do, people get very confused very quickly, and you have to bring it down to a different way of talking about it. And I think that's really important as we go out there and we try and push these programs out to a community that's not used to seeing these type of programs in their community.
Yeah, I agree with, what Brian is saying, stole my thunder a little bit. I think residents, need a simple way to connect to these programs. And, when we think about the implementation of the HEEHRA funding, we could create processes that are duplicative. We talk about implementing a seamless process between HEEHRA and the utility programs, but what exactly is that going to look like? I think we've got a lot of background work to do and some hard work to do to ensure that we can deliver, seamless programs for residents. We don't want to, we've made some progress on the utility side with implementing some of the low and moderate income programs. We have self-certification and census tracts, for instance. We don't want to walk that back, in the implementation of the HEEHRA programs. We want to leverage some of the accomplishments that we've already made we should, really strive to align these programs going forward. We don't want to get caught in a situation where you have to explain to a customer, well, you qualify for this program over here, but now you don't qualify for this program as a result of some of the new requirements. So, in that conversation around seamless implementation, I think there's a lot of devil in those details. For contractors, I've already touched on this a little bit, but it really centers around education. Brian just talked about this as well. We have to ensure that we're adhering to the proper protocols in the implementation of these programs. But also when we think about, some of the requirements under HEEHRA, we have a lot of small contractors in this state. So we may be asking contractors to do something that they've never really done before. Do they need help in the back office, to implement these programs? We have the smaller contractors just don't have some of that support. So just trying to keep that in the back of our minds as we do this implementation, I think will be extremely important. As we train these technicians, we talk about contractor training, there are just increasing equipment requirements. So, the use of gauges in the implementation of equipment that uses refrigerants. The heat pumps will require refrigerant usage, so the proper usage of gauges, but obtaining those gauges and making sure each technician has one out in the field, just trying to think about this simplistically. And as we implement weatherization measures, we have blower doors, we have manometers, we have CO detectors, ensuring that all of the newly trained contractors are properly outfitted out into the field, I think is extremely important. Going down that list, aggregators, who will be these aggregators? Are we going to leverage the utilities, the third-party implementers that are already working in this field? Does the state plan to add aggregators? We could almost create some conflict between who's aggregating this information. So again, going back to trying to leverage, systems and folks that are already in place that are aggregating information under the utility programs and leveraging that, I think would be extremely important to keep in mind. And then distributors. Do we have the equipment in place in the pipeline? We've come through a kind of a period of time through COVID and even after COVID where we ran into all kinds of supply chain issues. So is the equipment readily available? Those conversations should begin, all the way upstream to OEMs and to distributors, ensuring that the equipment is readily available as we try to, walk these programs out.
You both well covered, I think, a lot of the categories. So I'll figure out what I can add here. I think it's two things. Yeah, I think it's really important to get a sense of how existing programs are going, talking at the implementer and kind of third-party implementer level. There's a lot of folks in this room who I recognize who I've known for almost like at least a decade at this point, who I know have tons of experience in program implementation in different utility service territories in different states, and who have lived through like very good programs, have lived through bad programs, and understanding from them like what's a good program and what's a bad program from your perspective, I think is very key to be successful here. The other thing I want to elevate again, because we're talking about a lot of challenges, but I also think we should like ride New Jersey's successes. And something New Jersey's been really great at in a lot of different programs is figuring out how to lower that barrier for entry for customers and for our citizens. We have so many tools now and easier ways for folks to get into programs than we used to. So we have an overburdened communities map in New Jersey. We have a pretty good understanding of where folks that live in what we consider New Jersey environmental justice communities. Layered right onto a map of the state, we know those census tracts. For example, the community solar program has increasingly trended towards self-certification of income or self-attestation of income, and ways to just remove that upfront barrier are so important. One thing I think the state is very well positioned to do is, and we understand this through Comfort Partners programs, the utilities I think understand this very well in New Jersey as well, is if you are on LIHEAP, or if you're in the Universal Service Fund, or if you receive some other kind of assistance that's something you're already qualified for, kind of like the categorical, I guess, approval of certain customer segments based on that gives such a good sense of what customers should we be pursuing in our marketing materials and our implementation areas in this program. But it's also just way easier to get folks into a program if they don't need to go dig out a tax return or a pay stub. And I think that is an area New Jersey's made so much progress on, we can keep making progress on, and it makes implementation so much more successful.
Yeah, I have to say, I have to build on Eric. That is really one of the key things that's helped get help to people who need it, is the self-certification, and not insisting that they provide their last 3 years' tax returns, a utility bill from the place they're living currently, and all those types of documents that you need to bring in. Self-certification has helped a lot. The other thing that I thought of as they were talking is another barrier we need to think about is language. And I will say that the utilities have done a very good job with that, but we need to make sure that we're speaking the language of the community we're in. And I know a lot of people think, well, that's Spanish and English, no big deal. But there are so many other communities in this state. I mean, I live in Middlesex County, and Edison, in our town, there's got to be 20 different languages that are spoken within our town, and making sure we're able to talk to those people. And I will give you one example. Someone came up to me, and this is going to sound crazy to the people who are especially in the utility world. There's a bill insert that they get, and it comes in all different languages. And this gentleman was so excited because it was in his language. And, the fact that somebody actually, he felt seen by his utility because they wrote something in his language. But it's so important that we reach out to people in the language that they speak, and we understand the community that we're looking at. And that is somewhere where I think the utilities will be helpful, because they do know their territories, and they do know what language is needed and where. I'm thinking about different territories that, in the north, there's some areas that's Spanish, but then you've got a Korean community somewhere, so you're going to need a little more Korean. You've got an Indian community, you've got a Chinese community. It's important that you understand the community you're looking into while you're doing these programs.
Great. Thanks, everybody. I think also we're going to have a panel that's going to dig a little deeper into customer experience and delivery, including some of the eligibility questions.
I love that you're asking other people to dig deeper, too.
Yeah. So I think I'm just going to ask one more question, and then we're going to open it up to the audience to ask questions. Are there best practices from other jurisdictions that we should be aware of in terms of thinking about program design and delivery for these federal rebates?
Without naming one jurisdiction in particular, I think it's very important that we continue to survey what other people are doing, talk to our counterparts, wherever your counterpart is. I definitely talk to rate councils or whatever they are, advocates in other states, to see what they're doing. I know the board talks to other boards or commissions across the country to see what they're doing. Our utilities, for the most part, are now multi-state utilities or have experience in other states, so they have that ability. I think leveraging what other people have learned, what's worked and what hasn't worked, is really important. I mean, if we don't learn from our mistakes, then what are we doing? So I think that's really important that we do look at other programs. I don't have one in particular, but I do think it's important that we continue to do that as we go forward. Maybe Eric or Jerry have other states that they like.
Well, I think we're a little bit into a brave new world here. I don't think, a lot of the states have really crossed the bridge into HEEHRA implementation yet. However, in the program designs that we've proposed for the next triennium, we've done a lot of research into other states and best practices in other states, using that to create, the programs that have been proposed. So, you know, I guess I'm kind of repeating myself a little bit, but I think trying to integrate into the proposed programs that are out there, you know, that are existing now, but then also that will be launched into the next triennium, you know, I think would be extremely valuable. When we think about, you know, braiding incentives, for instance, you know, we've got to be, and I know there's a panel that's going to speak to this later, but we've got to be very cautious about the implications to EM&V on the back end of that. You know, we could be creating incentives to the point where we're devaluing the savings that are coming out of EM&V. So I think considering how, you know, the use of those funds could, you know, are implemented will be extremely important. And, you know, one of the ideas, you know, obviously health and safety, taking care of health and safety issues, we've kind of covered that, but that would be an important use of that funding. But in addition to that, you know, the utility programs are going to be doing a good job of encouraging customers, you know, to kind of come in the door on the front end. You know, can we use the funding really in the back end verification would be, you know, a question I would propose. You know, as the utility programs bring the customers in, is there a way that we could leverage funding, you know, to verify that resident or, you know, residents achieved X amount of savings on the back end of the project? So, you know, those are just some thoughts about best practice.
Yeah, I guess I could like name states, and as an environmentalist, I can always like sit up here and be like, California, and then everyone's eyes roll and no one listens anymore. I think we're lucky in the building space to be near a lot of states who've had, you know, just a longer runway of robust energy efficiency implementation. You know, Massachusetts comes to mind, Vermont comes to mind, New York comes to mind. And I think it's easy to say like, oh, go look at this Mass Save program and just copy paste, and then we're all good here. And in some instances, it's a good way to take some inspiration. I do think IRA is a little different in that like everyone's kind of in it together. I don't think, there's not necessarily like one state that I'm like, oh wow, they're like 2 years ahead of everyone else, we should all follow them. The thing I would look for best practices, and a lot of other organizations, and it's too bad Jamal from Rewiring isn't here today, but you know, groups like RMI, Rewiring, NEEP, have just like a lot of experience in this space and have a lot of materials and educational materials available to like look into this on a deeper level. But I'd say other than like program best practices, some of these states, and we should keep this in mind, have very good kind of process best practices. And we should look at places that have the ability to course correct when they're not happy with how a program is going. I think like if you take anything away from all of this today, it's like, this is very complicated. We all have a lot of work ahead of us for this to be successful. I think we're all excited, but we know it's a challenge. And once, you know, we need to get programs at the door, I think at the end of the day, we need to keep that in mind. We can't let perfect be enemy of the good. We need to get things going. But do we have a strong mechanism in place to say on a rolling basis or a more iterative basis, hey, this isn't working quite the way we want it to. Are we waiting till Triennium 3? Or is there a good pathway to course correct here? And I think keeping that at top of mind is another type of best practice we can probably import from a lot of Northeast states. Yeah, so not necessarily a program, but more of a way of thinking about how we do programs.
And just one thing I want to build on that. New Jersey's going to be different than every other state. So copying and pasting is not going to work. You know, just North Jersey versus South Jersey, depending on, you know, I know that's a big fight that I'm not going to get into right now. But we know there's a difference between what's going on in North Jersey and what goes on in South Jersey. What goes on in Massachusetts, we can learn from it. What goes on in New York, we can learn from it. But if we just wholesale adopt it, that's not going to work.
I agree with that 100%, and I was going to jump in with that comment. I think the characteristics of our state, the demographics of our state, the, you know, population, the densely populated characteristics of our state, lend themselves differently to the implementation of programs. We can certainly look at these neighboring states that I think have done, very good jobs, but we have to keep in mind, the specifics of New Jersey.
Thank you, panel. So this is a stakeholder session, so we do invite participants here today to walk up to either of these microphones and ask a question, and Stacy will delegate to the panelists. You might have to turn it on.
All right. Well, I want to thank the BPU, first of all, for doing this. I hope it's the beginning of a bunch of conversations. I want to add a little, first, Lloyd Cass, I'm with Frank Energy, just to, one thing I want, put something a little bit in perspective as somebody who has done a very close reading of the guidance of these two sets of programs. There's a lot of bells and whistles attached to these programs, specific requirements that are going to need to be worked through largely by implementers, and they're going to cost money. So they're not going to be, these programs are going to look like they have more overhead to them, because they do, because there are requirements that need to be specifically met. And then to also put that into perspective, I did some back of the envelope math that I have a little model I do by state, because we're talking to multiple states. I could be wrong, people can debate it, but I think based on the allocation, which is like about $83 million, I think, per program here in New Jersey. Is that?
Yeah, it's 181 million over 10 years.
Okay, so no,
split between the two programs.
Yeah.
91-ish.
So
Yeah.
my math tells me that maybe if we do this well, we'll reach, let's just say generously, 40,000 families, 40,000 households. Okay, there's 3.4 million households in this state. We don't want to overbuild and overcomplicate a program that's going to reach about 1% of the population. So just to keep that in perspective, because we can't solve all the world's problems with, with these two programs. They're important, but if we add more complexity where there already is DOE complexity, we just need to be careful. Thank you.
Yeah, anybody want to respond to that, or is that kind of just a comment? I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I think so. Thanks, Lloyd.
Good morning, Eric DeJezero on behalf of Edge Consulting. Is there a prevailing wage requirement under the IRA? I know that under existing New Jersey law, BPU programs in the residential space, I don't believe need to pay. Is that a contingency under IRA that prevailing wage must be paid on the residential jobs?
I'm not aware of a prevailing wage requirement because these will all be residential projects. If anybody in the audience is aware of that requirement, be happy to please speak up. Especially for those who have combed through the requirements, but our understanding is that it is not.
Yeah, not in homes in here, as the gentleman said over there. There are prevailing wage requirements in other portions of the IRA, largely related to clean energy generation provisions, but not here.
Okay, I think I don't see any.
Yeah, any other questions?
Oh, we have one. Oh, try your, yeah, Mike.
My name's Whit Faulkner. I'm with Pearl Certification. I hesitated to jump up because I don't have my thoughts totally organized, but I wanted to follow on in the perspective of context of the volume of dollars broken into per households. Another way to see that I've heard mentioned and by other states having that same realization is trying to see the funding as catalytic, as seed money to initiate programs, recognizing that it functionally can't deliver in every household, but if it can actually catalyze people seeing their homes differently and seeing the opportunities long term. We already know that most people are going to make these changes at the pace of life, right? They're not trying to decide between insulation and windows. They're trying to decide between insulation, windows, orthodonture, brake pads, and all the other stuff, right? And so things get fixed after they're broken. No one's advocating perfectly functional equipment be removed, in this. So if you can create programs that move and at the pace of a household and center the customer entirely around this and their contractor, then you're meeting their needs much like a business would, much like a business would use this as catalytic money to say, yeah, we set in motion stuff that regardless of future incentives, incentives can go away. Anybody that's been in the energy efficiency and homes world knows that this stuff penciled out already, right, before incentives. It just pencils out long term. So I would just encourage that there's two ways to look at it. It's not a lot of money in the perspective, but it can be catalytic and should be treated as such.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead?
Well, I was going to say, I think first off, you recognize that when you started off and you said in a perfect world with all the money we could have, we would do all of this right now. It's not, we don't have that kind of money, but I go back to my initial statements where I was debating what do we do with this money, because there's not enough money to do all the things we need to do. There's never going to be. I mean, the utilities provided a program that's $6 billion, and it's not going to do it all. There's going to be a third triennium. I mean, there's never going to be enough money. The goal here is hopefully to assist our low or moderate income people, citizens, so that they will be able to do some of the things that everyone else is doing as far as energy efficiency. There's never going to be enough money. Our hope, everyone's hope is that when this pot is done, the next pot will come, but we can only deal with what we have, and I agree 100% with what you had said, is that it's not going to be enough money, so we need to be judicious with how we spend it, make sure we're doing it in the best way possible, and part of that will be hopefully to spur other people. There's the whole, if my neighbor's doing it, I see what they're doing, and they come over and they're like, hey, I just saved $50 a month on my bill. That's going to spur someone else to look into the programs.
Yeah, I think that's totally correct. And I had a very interesting conversation with a former utility commissioner from a different jurisdiction yesterday, and he put it in like the most simple way I've heard it. He was like, why don't we just pick an area of the state and just dump a bunch of money into it so we can get all of like the manufacturer and distributor and workforce benefits early. Like we won't, he was just riffing. We're not going to worry about doing it perfect, but everyone will know, hey, this area and in this state, we are doing, the job force, if you're a manufacturer, if you're a distributor, bring your stuff here and sell it into the state, and you end up kind of with an early advantage of having those product lines kind of flowing. I think maybe the more nuanced take is what you were saying is, yeah, we're not going to deliver to everyone just through these programs, but if at the end of the day we have a better contractor network, more expertise, distributors who know when I build my new high-efficient heat pump, New Jersey's a good pathway to send it into. We face less supply chain issues. We face lower barriers to getting this stuff done. And I think it's going to take a while to see the magnitude of that. But I would certainly look at this money as something that can be synergistic with what we have and get more into the state.
Yeah, the money's here, and we might as well take advantage of that money and leverage that money to, look at these gaps that we've already identified in training and workforce, et cetera. We've always looked to try to up our game on the weatherization side, so we have an opportunity to do that. So we need to utilize, the funding that we have. And in that program requirements and application document, there's several methods of compliance. So I think we need to be creative in how, we implement.
If I could just make one comment too in response. I think that because the amount of funding from the feds is actually pretty dwarfed by the amount of funding that we are going to be putting in as ratepayers in New Jersey, it does seem like a catalyst to me because there are a lot of those DOE requirements that some people have referenced force us to look at questions, measured versus modeled, or, what are the, or return on investment, or, some of the specific almost best practices that I think DOE is trying to share with the rest of the country, so there'll be some kind of, raising up these programs to different standards. I think there is an opportunity that's even though it's relatively small, in the whole scheme of things, for our EE programs, relatively small amount, these rebates stand to actually affect all of the programming that we have because we're integrating it into the existing program. So there is kind of a change here, that's a shift that's happening because of these federal rebates, and also because of all the attention on HEEHRA. I think there's an opportunity to leverage that in terms of outreach to to customers, education to customers and contractors. So just kind of want to make those points. I think we're
at time.
At time. So thank you.
Give
so
a round
much.
of applause for our first panel. We're going to jump right into our second panel, so if the panelists can make their way up here, we'll start in just about 5 minutes. Thanks for the shout out. Oh, I got it. Folks, if we can make our way back to our seats, maybe get in one last big stretch. After this panel, we will take a short lunch break. Lunch is provided. It'll be through those doors on the left. All right, so thank you, Stacy, and the panelists on our first panel for an engaging first session. We're now going to we're going to keep the conversation going and get a little bit in the weeds here on our second panel, evaluating program design approaches to deliver energy and cost savings, which is moderated by Phil Chow on our energy efficiency team. Phil, take it away.
Yeah, Phil Chow, I'm on the energy efficiency team, senior program manager, and working on the building decarb programs and the demand response programs, as well as benchmarking. So I'll be your moderator here. This panel is about the HER or homes, right? The whole building energy efficiency rebate. So we're trying to tackle how to integrate it with the existing whole home programs. So we have a market rate program. It was Home Performance with Energy Star, and we also have the we have the Moderate Income Weatherization program, and we also have Comfort Partners, our low income whole home solution. So it's really looking at how to integrate HER with those existing programs, right? Either both at the market rate as well as low moderate income. And you know, with the HER program, you're looking at the moderate or modeled versus measured approaches. So we're going to be discussing that and how to integrate it with the existing programs. I will say the existing programs mostly use a modeled approach. So the measured is something new that we are trying to explore and figure out how to integrate it. And then the other big question that we're going to address here is also how to integrate aggregators. So HER allows for an aggregator to come in. They get a portfolio of projects. Some of the projects may hit the threshold that's expected for HER. Some of them may not. But as an aggregator, they can still claim the rebates if overall the portfolio meets the energy threshold. So that aggregator could be doing modeled or they could be doing measured. So we're trying to figure out how would that be integrated with our existing programs. All right, so let me introduce our esteemed guests here. We have Bridget Diordio, who's a program manager with JCP&L in Ohio and Pennsylvania. And I've been told she's, for JCP&L, she's really researched the opportunity with IRA. I have Erin Cosgrove from NEEP, Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnership. She's a senior manager of policies and programs, and she works to accelerate state and local adoption of equitable and impactful decarbonization policies, programs, and best practices. I have Amy Belpasht of ACEEE. She's a senior research associate for federal policy programs. She conducts research on and supports development of federal EE policy in the U.S. And last but not least, David Collada of SEALD. He's the Vice President of Policy, works to advocate for consumers and shape SEALD's policy strategies to promote sustainable and efficient home electrification solutions. So I guess let's start with Bridget. If you want.
How do you want to start this?
Just introduce yourself and your involvement with IRA.
Okay, so again, Bridget Diordio. I am with First Energy, currently working on the IRA with Pennsylvania. I'm not quite sure how much more in detail you want me to go, and I apologize.
Any thoughts on the HEEHRA program?
Yeah, so the program is great. I think all the utilities, and this is across all states, not just New Jersey, is that we want it to be customer focused. We want the customer to have an easy experience between what the utilities offer for programs as well as what they can get through the HEEHRA program. Simple. We always say let the customer go to the utility first, participate in their programs, and then any additional offerings that are out there for measures that may or may not have been installed in that customer's home, they then would be able to go to the state programs to be able to obtain additional rebates. That is what our goal ultimately will be for this. We really want to start at the utility level. Some things that we do want everybody to kind of keep in mind is that a lot of our utility-run programs do not follow the modeled or measured approach. We follow a TRM, which is similar to the modeled approach, which is against BPI 2400. So to be able to switch over to BPI 2400, it is going to take effort to make the utilities align with what the expectation is for this.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And then I guess Erin?
Oh, yep. So Erin Cosgrove, Senior Manager of Policies and Programs at NEEP, which is the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships. And for those that haven't heard of us before, NEEP is a regional energy efficiency organization. So we work specifically in the Northeast between the federal government and the states to help state energy offices, and this year we're learning environmental and housing and labor offices implement energy efficiency and building decarbonization programs, and we actually have sister organizations. So in relation to IRA, we've been coordinating nationally with our sister orgs to see what's been happening in other states. We've also been meeting with state energy offices and helping to share best practices so that all states are able to achieve their climate goals when they implement their IRA funds. And then also we've really been focusing on what new opportunities this funding brings and how we can focus on making sure these programs can stay. So how can states kind of shift what they're doing now to achieve their climate goals, and how can we make sure that once these programs are stood up, they're able to kind of continue in the market and see how we can grow from there.
Thank you. And then Amy?
Hi, so I'm Amy Belpash at ACEEE, the American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy. And our focus has been a little bit more broad, not on a certain set of states, on a national level, rolling out the IRA. We've been quite deep in the homes program, and I can say kind of off the bat that we don't have a specific idea of what we want it to look like for states, but certainly have some recommendations, and especially see New Jersey as one of the states that can be a leader on rolling out this program and sort of being maybe a bit more aggressive with some of the savings pathways, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, and David?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is David Collada. I'm the Vice President of Policy for SEALD. We are a climate tech company with a mission to eliminate home energy waste and electrify homes. And our products and solutions make it easy for contractors to take advantage of incentive programs to install more home weatherization and electrification projects and ultimately grow their business. And at the end of the day, we take the performance risk of projects because we are an aggregator and ultimately guarantee savings. Now let me say at the outset, while measured savings is obviously key for our business model, and we will expand most in those states that offer the measured pathway, our core recommendation is that we don't face a binary choice here. It isn't measured versus modeled. We can do both, and we should do both. Both have advantages, and we believe they can work together seamlessly. And at the end of the day, we think that this no-regret strategy, it offers the most options for consumers and for states, and will help with market transformation and ultimately reduce political risk because you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. But let me just say really quickly, we do think that the measured pathway is very important to include. And I'll just give 3 quick reasons why. One is it's expected, and the DOE just released a calculator that shows this, that on average, the measured savings approach will lead to higher rebates for households. That's particularly true for low and moderate income customers, and that can greatly help with affordability. Second is the consumer protection and accountability angle to measured savings, because by definition, you are getting 100% realization rate. If the savings don't materialize, you're not paying for it. And I'm sure you've all had this experience. A contractor comes out to your home, they do some work, it's a little bit ephemeral behind the scenes. Did it work? Most cases, I'm sure it did, but you don't really know. But with measured savings, we can actually quantify that. The contractors that we work with actually like that feedback because it can help them improve their business. So we think that this consumer protection angle is very important. And then last but not least, there's a big environmental aspect to this. Part of that, of course, is the realization rate issue. Even the best models, and they are improving. You don't typically get 100% realization rate like you're guaranteeing with measured savings. But the bigger angle, and something that I think is a little bit behind the scenes, but strategically speaking very important for states like New Jersey, is that we can treat the HOMES program as a down payment on virtual power plants. New Jersey has appropriately aggressive decarbonization goals, but you've also got transmission constraints and load pockets. It can be difficult to build. So we're going to have to take advantage of all those distributed energy resources as we affordably decarbonize in New Jersey. And we're going to want the demand side to be part of that. But at the end of the day, PJM requires that virtual power plants, to the extent that they're there, be measured. And model just simply won't cut it. And so we think that strategically speaking, previous questioners talked about this as a catalyst. We can see this catalyze market transformation in a way that moves the state forward. And again, really great to be here and happy to answer any questions and look forward to the discussion.
All right. Thank you, panelists. So let me ask the first question here. Can you introduce the concept of modeled versus measured and discuss the pros and cons? So if anybody else have a different perspective than, I guess, David.
Well, I think I just gave some of the advantages of measured. I can give a couple advantages of modeled, though. The modeled savings approach is sort of a safe foundation. It does need to be tweaked, given BPI 2400. But to give you a perfect example of where modeled really helps, in order to do measured savings, you really need to have a full year of data in a household. And of course, people move, and you don't necessarily have a full year's data. And so if you want to serve those constituents, as you should, the modeled approach can be good there. There are similar issues with solar. With rooftop solar that can make it difficult to attribute savings. They're not insurmountable. But we do think that modeled has some advantages. I already mentioned the measured approach, which we do think is the future and ultimately turns energy efficiency, continues the path toward having it be a real grid reliability resource, which we think is essential to help affordably decarbonize.
I guess, Bridget, you had, or go ahead, Amy, if you had.
I don't want to interrupt your question.
Well, just Bridget, you mentioned that the programs use a TRM. Can a modeled or measured approach exist alongside with TRM, or do we have to change our existing programs to move toward a modeled?
It depends on what the ultimate end decision is. Realistically, though, TRMs are very well-versed, very researched measures and savings and calculations that the TRM is not going just against one thing. Sorry, because backfeeding here, I apologize. So going against the TRM, in my opinion, would be best. This is something that does get updated. It gets adjusted. It has a better realization rate sometimes than your modeled or your measured approach against the BPI 2400. To be able to do two different types of savings, one for this program versus our utility program is going to be difficult. So we would either need to adjust the utilities to be in line, or, in our opinion, the state program adjusts to what the utilities have already been doing successfully to report savings out.
Amy, do you?
Yeah, I was going to share that I think, somewhat in line with what David was saying, I think all else equal, we'd love to see a bigger move towards measured savings just because of those realization rates, especially, I think to Brian's point earlier, that having resident savings and bill reductions are going to be really essential to this program, especially to the extent they're going to target LMI customers. But I said all else equal because I think modeled programs, we're going to need that pathway to work alongside existing programs. It's also going to open up some other stacking opportunities that might work in some households. For example, the homes modeled rebate, you can then combine with the electrification energy saving measures as well. So I think, just to be in line, I think we're sort of thinking about having a both options pathway. There's certainly options to pilot measured savings, for example, with low-income households. For multifamily, it's also going to be very complicated. So it would be nice to test the water as much as possible and sort of push towards that with the caveat that modeled savings is really going to be key to a lot of existing programs.
Oh yeah, I'll just add, I think modeled or measured, as everyone has kind of said, depends on, I think, the market you're really trying to serve, and it's important to remember that maybe states can offer many programs. There's an option to offer both modeled and measured, and I think there's even programs that can hit other customer segments like midstream, when you think emergency replacements, that might need to be considered as well. I think I also just wanted to emphasize that it's important for a state to think about what they want to see in the future, what role the utilities will have. As highlighted, measured really lends itself to creating virtual power plants. It lends itself to thinking about real-time energy use and real-time energy reduction, which I think lines up with long-term building decarbonization goals. So thinking about creating those programs can start to align programs towards those goals. And then also it's important to remember that you can have really great utility programs and you can run programs alongside them that tackle a different market segment. And I know not everyone likes to hear about California, but California has many, many programs layered together. They have energy efficiency programs, they have cap and invest programs, and they have it all, and they have others, but everything appears on one single platform for contractor and for contractors across the state, and one single platform for customers across the state, because they have designated where the programs perform and how they blend together. So it's an opportunity to really explore, I think, new ways to deliver programs.
Okay, thank you. A related question, if the state were to use or pursue a measured approach for energy savings calculations, how could data availability and sharing rules be created to grant access to the necessary information for the program without burdening the utilities or the customers?
I can take that, I guess.
I guess.
Well, I think the most important thing here is to recognize that there are flexible approaches allowed by the DOE in its guidance. Of course, you could get the data directly from the utility, but there are other routes as well. For example, there are third-party companies like Arcadia and Utility API that allow for easy access to data and already have agreements with most investor-owned utilities. And then increasingly, there are opportunities for connected solutions. Sealed, we recently purchased a sensor company, and you can put, and this is really good for measured fuels like heating oil, but you can put, there are low-cost sensors just simply on a tank, and you can measure the effect then. So we have multiple options to get the data. We don't need to make the perfect the enemy of the good enough, and that flexibility is key. One thing I will say is that, I mean, I don't want to speak for utilities, I certainly can't do that, but it would be nice, and I think that if a utility did facilitate the measured savings approach by providing better access to data, that's a contribution. And I think that's an easy way for utilities to engage in these measured savings programs that would be beneficial for everyone. But we don't inherently need that. There are other routes as well.
Okay, I think I'll just add, from what we're seeing from around the data conversation when it comes to IRA rebates, is there's states have kind of been given an opportunity to have the conversation with utilities about data access and maybe even change the tenor. So I think right now we can think about data access as an individual customer by customer approach, which kind of puts the burden on the implementers to get the data, comb through it, and understand it. There's also another place where utilities can play a big role, as highlighted, and provide the data to the states. And the IRA funding has specifically asked for states to work with utilities in order to create those systems. And so I think this is an opportunity to enable more access to data, to implement these programs, to implement other programs, especially when you think about equity. Having access to data can really start to highlight where you can address inequitable issues, especially with energy burden.
And this is not an answer to your question, but since we're talking about data, I think to the extent that aggregators are part of this market and part of the homes program, that, you know, the data they have, especially on estimates for homes and energy savings, are going to be, you know, partly part of the secret sauce, but there's going to be a lot of data that I think the state should think about what kind of, because DOE guidance doesn't go very far on this, on how to best practices for maintaining that data, access to that data, and sort of some clarity around that.
And one thing just to add real quickly, that you know, this data issue is important also for modeled, because BPI 2400 requires that you calibrate models with data. So it's an issue that both measured and modeled face that we're going to have to figure out ways, the best approaches, most strategic approaches to get that done.
Great. I'll just say we've received the filings on December 1st, and I've been reviewing the demand response proposals, and there's almost every utility has really looked at making data more available to consumers and to third-party aggregators. So it's all, hopefully all comes together, you know, between what's happening here with measured and with our demand response programs, that the data will flow more easily. All right. Sticking on the theme of aggregator, if BPU were to allow an aggregator to work alongside of, let's say, comfort partners, do you see any challenges or opportunities that we should consider to really make it seamless for the customer?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that at the end of the day, it be seamless for customers, and it can be. The customer doesn't need to know what's happening behind the scenes if it's a measured program or it's a modeled program. Essentially, we think the choice should be the contractor, and that it can be easily incorporated into comfort partners with appropriate changes to the TRM. You know, ultimately, it would be the aggregator's responsibility to make sure that the program works in a way that is compliant with comfort partners. If contractors didn't want to use the measured approach, that's fine if they wanted to continue, but if they did, you would just simply need to define what an aggregator is doing, what their role is, have a certification process to make sure that, that it works well. But we're part of a coalition called the Flex Coalition, and there are 29 companies that have said that if New Jersey offers the measured savings pathway, they will come to New Jersey and do it. So we think that New Jersey is one of the most exciting opportunities out there, and that just if you define it right, aggregators will be here and can play a very, very important role in this coordination mechanism. And at the end of the day, it will work seamlessly, and it's the contractor's choice on which option ultimately to do.
Any other thoughts on aggregators?
I think it's a possibility that it could work perfectly, but kind of to your point, it has to be that the aggregator is willing to work with existing contractors that are in the program. Kind of as I mentioned at the beginning, this needs to be seamless to the customer. It absolutely cannot be, you have to go here, then you have to go there, then you have to go here, and then you have to go there. It should all funnel in one place and then be siloed out from one centralized place, with the utility being able to pick up first, and then the aggregator getting any other opportunities, be it measured, modeled, approach, whatever, because there are certain measures that are done under both comfort partners and our moderate to low income programs, and all of our programs that we're going to be competing against who's paying for it. So, and then who gets to claim the savings for it. So that's the one thing we have to keep in mind is who gets it first and then who gets it after.
Yeah, well, go ahead, sorry.
Oh,
No, you go ahead.
I think I can cue you up. Two things. First, I want to highlight, I think we're emphasizing a lot how important contractors are and how important it is that they understand what's happening behind the scenes. And we're talking about the homes rebate here, but the TREC contracts, TREC grants are coming up, and so something to flag might be thinking about a holistic program that helps contractors have kitchen table conversations and helps them maybe weed through this or figure out a way to weed through this. Second is, I think that it doesn't need to be a competition when there's many, and there's aggregators and utilities. I really don't. I think you can create a space where there does not need to be a competition and all of them can work very seamlessly together. And we've been working on an IRA attribution working group, which might make people fall asleep when I say the word attribution. But basically it means who gets to count the savings when it comes to energy efficiency programs. And we've been pulling from examples from out west. And what we have found is utilities can get the first bite at the apple. They get the savings, but they can work with aggregators in the same program space, regulatory scheme, and count the savings that the aggregators are able to pull in. So your project is able to go deeper, able to have more funding, able to reach further into the home, and as a utility, you can claim savings in your space, and as an aggregator, you can claim savings in the regulatory space that you're in. So it doesn't have to be competition. There is lots of stuff that has to happen behind the scenes to make that happen and agreements beforehand, but I think it's important to just remember that it's not a competition, and I don't imagine a world where anyone runs out of customers anytime soon. So there's also that to think about. Yeah.
And one other angle just to flag, in a past life I worked in oversight of unregulated energy companies where behavior can be really predatory, and so I think there's a advantage of aggregators working along comfort partner programs to ensure consumer protection. So interfacing with LMI households, sort of making sure that the guardrails that have already been developed that are in place for that program can exist and act as a guardrail for aggregators. I mean, another point also is that comfort partners could be an aggregator. So that's another way to think about it too.
Okay.
I'm just going to follow up on, so the one thing I do want to say to this is that, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We have to remember though that some of our programs, especially for low income, are free to the customer already. So you can't more free. So our moderate to low income and our market rate programs, yes, these are fabulous opportunities to be able to help where there is not enough money. But your low-income customers, where you were basically already giving them everything at no cost, it's hard to, that is where there's going to be a little bit of a tug of who gets it, because, again, if the utility is paying for it and the customer's not putting out a dime, how are you going to pay for it too? So that's the one thing to keep in mind between all the different programs.
Just related, the rules for determining who's going to do the projects. I think one of the questions in my mind has been the threshold of savings is pretty high from under homes or HEEHRA. Are there specific segments we could target that it's an easier opportunity to achieve greater savings as opposed, and our existing programs, they don't achieve that great of a savings. So any sub-segment is really opportunistic to target for the rebates.
On this issue, one thing I will say is, and I'm not necessarily endorsing this, but the more data that you have, the more ability there is to sort of determine which parts of the state or which blocks are not doing as well as one might expect. And so you can really strategically then start targeting those customers. On average, I will say that something that we've been thinking about is that if you look at the modeling of what measured savings is expected, the average rebate, because it's a cents per kilowatt hour calculation after you adjust for therms. It's particularly useful for customers who use a lot of energy and haven't weatherized homes, and there's almost certainly a big overlap there with low-income customers who haven't had the money to do simple energy efficiency programs and all of that. So if you're a high energy user and you don't have much energy efficiency and you're low income, your energy burden by definition is very, very high. So we do go in thinking that there's a real opportunity here for the low income customer base as well. But ultimately, what you want to do is target those households that where the opportunity for savings is greatest, and the more data you have, the better you're able to focus on that.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I'll just add on, definitely focusing it more on low income, because you have such the advantage of the additional federal rebates to really make projects big and result in good sized savings. And then also another important thing to, I think, to think about is delivered fuel customers. They normally aren't touched by efficiency programs when it comes to their heating and cooling sources. And this is an opportunity to kind of really start to hit that customer segment.
Okay, great. Totally great.
And I'll just add two things. On Aaron's point, one opportunity could be customers that are not served by existing energy efficiency program from the utilities. And second, I can't speak to the measure level details. I think Bridget probably could better, but it's important to keep in mind that the rebates incentives are not based on a cost-effective test the way that utility incentives might be. So whatever is a high savings opportunity that is otherwise struggling to pass a cost-effective test, that's an opportunity to balance those two measures together.
And I'll be on the customer side here. We have to also be mindful that just because they are considered a moderate to low income, they still don't have thousands of dollars to pay for their furnace to get fixed. And if the rebate is not going to cover the entire furnace, they're still not going to be able to participate. So we just have to also keep that in mind. Yes, the rebates at the HERS and the Homes program are a lot better than what some of the utilities can offer. I will absolutely say that, but they're not covering the full cost. And some people, especially right now, do not have the additional funds to get a new furnace. Their furnace works. It might not be energy efficient, but it works. And at this point, that's all that matters to them. So we just have to, no matter what market segment you go to, if your rebates are not enough to cover it, you still are going to have minimal people participating.
Yeah, and I mean, we're very concerned about the upfront costs as well and how states will accomplish that. I mean, for example, the modeled pathway, the higher rebate, 35% savings, will only cover $8,000. I might be wrong on that, but someone can correct me. But which is, a 35% saving project is enormously expensive with a lot of upfront costs, especially if you need any kind of structural upgrades to pursue that project. So yeah, I think to Bridget's point, that's kind of the main health and safety upgrades first, then upfront costs, and then the details follow after for those customers.
Well, let's build on that. So, we have Comfort Partners. It covers the whole project. So, if we layer on the HER rebates, you'll want to stack and combine different sources of funding for that full solution. So then the question is, then how do we attribute the savings from HER combined with all those other funds and make sure we're not double counting the savings from all those different sources of funding? Is there anything we really should keep in mind?
I can start that. Yeah. So yeah, as I mentioned, we've been working on an attribution working group for IRA rebates at NEEP, and we'll have a white paper coming out in the beginning of January on how we think states can combine both rebates and not double count. And I think the important thing to remember is that DOE has, I would say, looser EM&V reporting requirements than we expect. They are not requiring states to actually pull out federal funding and signify what the savings equaled. They are allowing states to report on the whole bundled project up to them, meaning that you can bundle projects and report that up together, which makes it easier for reporting at the PUC because utilities could either claim savings for the whole project and then report that for their portfolio if you're braiding programs together, and then the state can claim those same exact savings and report it to DOE. So there will be no double counting. I think really you just need to make sure you understand who is reporting to what structure and what the savings are counting towards. And it probably will get more complicated when it comes to CPRG planning, or if there's a state greenhouse gas emissions inventory, you have to make sure channels don't cross there. But in the realm of energy efficiency programs, DOE has, I think, lessened the burden a little on states by allowing them to braid and not have to disaggregate the federal funds.
Any other thoughts on the attribution question?
I mean, I can say that ACEEE has recommended a proportional method where, based on the amount of money the partner, whether it's a utility or from the DOE program puts in, that's the savings that you claim for it. But I know NEEP has gone a bit further on that, so I'll ping it back to Erin.
Yeah, I'll just say we're coming out with a white paper, and what we've come to is you can give 100% attribution to the utility when, no matter the amount of savings coming in from other programs, if that's what the state would like to see. There's proportional method, which ACEEE has put forth, which is kind of if it's an $8,000 project and the utility contributes $2,000, they get 25% of the savings. There's also what we're calling a tiered method, and that is something where the state can consider what they would like to see the utility contribute, and they can then attribute savings depending on what they believe is fair given the contracts, because also when you're talking about attribution of savings, you have to think about if the utility has goals, and if attributing 100% of the savings to the utility will then disproportionately make them overachieve goals, and if that's tied to shareholder incentives, and then also the cost-benefit analysis, the fact that the federal rebates aren't tied to it when the program goes is great, but that might mean that if you have performance incentives tied to cost-benefit tests, that could change those numbers in ways that I'm not really clear on in my head, but I understand I can do things to that. Yeah. Impact those, yes.
All right. I guess that concludes my list of questions. I'm going to open up the floor to any other questions you have for the panelists.
Hi there. Carousel Rinaldi at the Endo Policy Group. Erin, I'm a little concerned about what you were discussing about the overlapping, because taxpayers and ratepayers are the exact same people, and the taxpayers have already paid for the rebate program. So I'm trying to understand how you would attribute savings from the rebate program to the utility who is paying for those programs under ratepayer funds. Feels like it does feel like double counting. So I'm just wondering how you are, maybe I'm just not seeing, maybe I have to wait till the white paper. I'm sure the white paper is going to explain it all. But that's one thing one other point I just wanted to note is homes and HEEHRA, when combining them, you might want to do modeled. This is one of the questions earlier, doing modeled just so that you could combine HEEHRA with homes. That would be one reason to do the two together. That was an earlier question. But anyway, back to my note.
Yeah, no, maybe just to work through that. So in a situation where a utility does 50%, I know that it's the proportion of spending is going to be completely different for rebates because it's such higher, but the utility is 50% of spending, and then the rebates bring 50% of spending. So what I'm envisioning is you can report to DOE the full savings on the project without having to disaggregate between who contributed to savings, and then you can report to the PUC as the utility the savings of that project without having to disaggregate. Does that?
It still feels like, let's say the utility has to save 20% and the homes program has to save 20%, and let's say the house project only saves 30%. Are you saying that both of them they can both count 20%?
No, I would, in that scenario, then the house project would have to equal 40% to get the initial go in my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Again, I'm sure the white paper is going to explain it all. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, panel. Thank you. Eric DeJezro. If you could help me, Edge Consulting, if you could help me with a hypothetical in terms of putting the measured into something I can understand. I live in a gas-heated home, have a natural gas boiler, make my domestic hot water off the boiler. It's cold. I'm going to use 150 therms for the month. Fair estimate. Do the multiplication, $1.40 a therm. I get what my monthly cost is, $230, what have you. I convert, so I'm taking out the gas, I'm putting in heat pumps, I'm putting in a water heater heat pump. The 15 million BTUs is going to equate to like 4,400 kilowatt hours. Do the multiplication times 20 cents a kilowatt hour, that's $880. But that's only at a 1-to-1 coefficient of performance, right? So we've got to give the heat pump the benefit of the doubt at a 3-to-1, except when it's cold out and it's really 2-to-1. So my question is, how are we measuring those savings? Are you taking the baseline of my 150 therms, which equals 4,400 kilowatt hours for that month, and then how are we estimating what the actual baseline is to show I have a net energy savings, as opposed to simply swapping a therm for a kilowatt hour?
There are conversion factors that are specified in the DOE guidance on how you handle that. It's sort of a complicated conversation. Maybe we can take it offline. We can provide some of the modeling that we've done on that. But there are defined formulas on how you handle that conversion.
I would hope that's a discussion we could have publicly, because that's the net of all of this, right? If we're going to have, if it's going to be less expensive, using the numbers that we have today, just using what the kilowatt and therms that the utilities are charging today, and that doesn't take into account our peak load moving from summer to winter. It doesn't take into account time of use pricing. So there's a lot of other things that need to be incorporated into this to make the blanket statement that it's going to be less expensive for me to heat electrically, let alone the hurdle of overcoming the upfront cost of the deep shell insulation to be able to do that.
No, I understand the point you're getting at. At the end of the day, as states decarbonize, electrification is going to be important, and we think the economics of that are getting better and better, but ultimately it's the consumer's choice, and we want to make sure that we have state policies that enable as much as possible.
Yeah, and I think if electrification is one of the goals for New Jersey, certainly worth thinking about tailoring the rebate program for exactly that kind of scenario. Also, another reason to think about when a modeled pathway might be paired better with the electrification rebates for such a project. So I think worth fleshing out what kind of conversion factors, what kind of rebates and pathway you want to do for an electrification project.
Hi, Rachel Goodgoff from Energy Efficiency Alliance of New Jersey. You mentioned a couple of things that I just wanted to dig in on a little. So the low-income programs Comfort Partners covers 100% of the cost. And Amy, I think you mentioned very briefly like health and safety measures in homes. And we know that one of the barriers to low-income customers participating in efficiency programs is often, home hazards, structural needs, health needs, whatever. So I was wondering if you could speak a little more about how or if the rebate programs can help with that barrier, and whether modeled or measured or both seems like a better pathway for that specific issue.
I can't. I don't know. I mean,
for the whole panel. Sorry, not just you.
That's a very, very complicated.
I don't know if there's a difference between the pathways necessarily. I mean, I'm thinking about the rebates. Envelope upgrades can be included, of course, in terms of health and safety. Whether we're talking about asbestos clearing out, we're talking about window replacement would certainly be eligible. Lead paint, that is not going to be covered by the rebates. I think it's an opportunity to layer it with another program that would do that. But I don't know if on its own the rebates can get us there. But I'm happy to be proven wrong by someone in the audience.
Yeah, I would say stackability is key on that. But also, I would agree in general that there's not too much of a difference between measured and modeled on this, except that the measured rebate is projected to be higher on average, and so for low-income customers, that's as much as $14,000 or $15,000 in New Jersey. And I think it's plausible that the more money you have, the easier that very difficult problem is to solve.
Well, and just to also point out that the difference between the modeled and measured that's really going to affect a low-income customer is how fast they get their check. And that measured, they're waiting almost a year to get a check.
No, but we will, I mean, the whole key to the aggregator business model, to be clear, is that we will do that in the same day. I mean, we're taking that performance risk and we will immediately give a rebate to homeowners. And we will pay at the speed of business and get paid back at the speed of the program.
And is that the expectation of any aggregator that takes or gets chosen for that, or is that for you specifically?
That's the expectation of aggregators in general. We can't speak for every aggregator out there, but that's what makes the business model work.
Well, is that discussed as part of that Flex coalition?
Yeah, that's right.
Try to get
That's
the-
right.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Erin.
I'll just add one thing. I don't think the homes rebates can go after health and safety repair, but I think that there's opportunities to now take other funding and go after that. And New Jersey did join RGGI, and what Delaware has a very excellent pre-weatherization program with their funding that could be an option for the state to look into.
And one other thing I'll flag on that, to the extent that we have aggregators in the market sort of operating on their own, serving customers, I am concerned that LMI customers will often not be, you're going to want a reduced risk, a project where you can get the savings. If there's a lot of upgrades to do and you have to walk away from the project, who's going to serve that house? And so I think that's another reason why there's an argument to be made for those households being served either through Comfort Partners to the extent they have a good deferral program for health and safety or a state program.
One thing I will say on that, though, is that we can't overlook the importance, especially for low and moderate income customers, of knowing that the savings actually materialize. Because when we've studied this, I mean, our models are getting better. It's not like deemed savings, they are getting better. But at the end of the day, they don't often achieve all the things that were promised. And the measured savings approach, by definition, allows you to handle that, which I think is providing a lot of value, particularly for those most vulnerable.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, Mike McMillan, Incline Solution Program Administrator in several states for rebate programs and the like. I think I just wanted to make a comment on low-income programs. In my experience, they'll never see a bill necessarily, right? We don't want them to see a bill. They're taken care of often through, I think you've already mentioned it, they'll have a state agency or a CAP agency. We'll make sure the weatherization's done. Then they'll be presented to another type of rebate program where they can take advantage of another 100% incentive. So while that might be complex, doesn't have to be necessarily, because to the customer, ultimately, they won't see a lot of that complexity. That'll all be done through a program administrator. But ultimately, you want your low-income customers to be almost hands-off of the technical piece and taken care of really by the state, by the program administrator. That's who's going to take care of them. So that when you're designing these things, that's one thing I would recommend.
Agreed.
Hi, thank you. Ian Simonides from Bright Power. We focus on multifamily energy efficiency, and we're curious about the use of the measured path in multifamily. I think that for the most part, a lot of multifamily buildings are going to use the modeled because the measured is challenging, but we understand that the benefits of the measured path and that the realization rates are better, but the long-term, the long timeline of getting the incentives is a challenge for a lot of multifamily buildings. So then, the aggregators come in, but taking on the risk of energy performance in a multifamily building is a lot bigger than in single-family homes. And I was curious if there are conversations in the Flex Coalition about aggregating for multifamily buildings and what that risk looks like, and if there are people who are, ready to do that, because it's certainly something we're interested in, but haven't been able to figure out the economics of it.
Yeah, a couple things. There's a panel later today. I know Kara is going to be on it on this subject, and she can give a better answer than I can. I do think that there's a distinction between sort of smaller multifamily, maybe two to like 6 units, and then really big multifamily. I think that the more it looks like a traditional residential program, the easier it is to do, because homes, is more single-family focused. But I do think that those are solvable problems, and especially on the smaller end of multifamily, we do know of multiple aggregators that are thinking through that. But I think that the panel later today will get into that in more depth.
All right, I don't want to, any other questions? Okay. You're holding us up, Brian, for lunch.
They're still on time.
No, we have time. It's being set up, so we have time, so.
Yeah, I got to stall, otherwise there's no lunch, and everybody's going to get angry, so. But what I wanted to ask is, as I'm listening to the discussion, in my mind, the most important thing of a program design is the amount of savings we're going to get. But there's been a lot of talk about who gets credit for the savings. And I'm just wondering, how much of a role should that play in designing these programs? Because in my mind, and I say this very easily because I'm not a utility that has to worry about the penalties that could come from not having enough savings, but who gets credit for the savings in my mind is secondary, but I've heard it multiple times discussed just now. So I want to talk, as programs are designed, how much should allocation of savings be considered?
I was going to say, do you want to answer first? Because the answer is it's really important.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's
Yeah.
really important. It's just who gets them.
Yeah, and it is, from the state perspective, it's program design and making sure programs succeed, but utilities are regulated entities that have to abide by what their savings are. And there's also benefits to having that conversation ahead of time, because it sets expectations for both parties. Like, if you are going to have credit for or attribution for this program, we expect for this to be coming from your program as well, and we can set parameters to meet those marks. But it's, yeah, I would say important, more.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about it driving ratepayer money being used more, because it's more important that the utility get a credit for the savings than it is that we get the actual savings.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing first is to make sure that the home's program design is as good as it can possibly be and is accomplishing the overall state objectives. Inevitably, you're going to end up with some of these regulatory questions. I think that they can be answered, and they will be answered one way or another. What I think would be a problem is if we get paralyzed by that discussion of attribution too soon in the process, or, I mean, make sure we get the right design, make sure we have the right overall strategy. At the end of the day, it's likely that there are going to be some conflicts over, who gets credit for some of the savings, given your existing law and things like that.
And I'll plug, if you talk to me in January, we'll have a framework that you can use for this discussion, so you don't need to get sidelined for it for long.
Lunch ready? I don't have any more questions, but I can always talk.
You're not holding us up, actually, Brian. We're, as you can see, we're setting up lunch right now. Are there any other questions?
We got one more.
All right.
I'll add to the stalling tactics here for lunch. Doug O'Malley with Environment New Jersey, and I actually just wanted to follow up on a question that Rachel from the Energy Efficiency Association of New Jersey asked, which was on the public health, and I think the answer is that it's hard. And then appreciate Aaron just referencing the importance of RGGI and the funding program around that. As folks probably know, New Jersey has a 3-year strategic funding plan. There is a focus on building decarbonization. That being said, it is always helpful to be able to look at the experience of other states. And I just wanted to, I guess, drill in a little bit more and to see what other states have done, not just only to include public health, but to try to quantify the benefits, which is always, I think, one of this reality that we talk about, obviously, costs, but we don't quantify public health costs because it is hard. And so I'm just curious from the experience of other states trying to do that and trying to work with public health professionals.
Do you want to take this first? Okay. No, I would say I think that's kind of why it's hard to address health and safety. Is it's hard to really put a number on those factors, and I'm more used to talking about this in the benefit cost analysis space, and we've kind of looked to adders because the fact is it can help by like 20% times when you actually seal a home and make it comfortable. And it has innumerable benefits because it's not just the energy bills, it's the comfort of the person, it's the air that they're breathing that makes it different. So I think it's just, Delaware and again Pennsylvania also has kind of just stated that they recognize it's needed and they recognize public funds needs to go to this effort, and so they've allocated funding. California has kind of taken a similar stance where they have just taken 30% of their energy efficiency funding and dedicated it to low income, and state and their program implementers do not have saving goals, they have metrics to meet, and the metrics are designed by a committee so that they're actually hitting what's needed in those program areas. And then there's numerous kind of New England states that have added adders to drive design towards that area, but it does, I think a lot of it is just really like legislators or regulators, state agencies recognizing where there is funding and recognizing the need and putting the funding to where it needs to go, because it's hard to rationalize it sometimes. It's hard to make it make sense in a business case, but we all know it's needed and we all know there's innumerable benefits that stem from actually just addressing those issues first.
Yeah, thanks for that detail, Erin, and really curious to hear about that experience in California.
Yeah.
And I do feel like this conversation is a lot different than if this was 2019. We all think about indoor air quality a lot more. We're all familiar with indoor air quality monitoring. So obviously, in the industry, people know the blower door test. It just feels like air quality monitoring could also be incorporated into what we're doing. So thank you for providing those examples.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe lunch is ready now. So.
Looks like it.
We're getting there.
It's too early anyways, too early for lunch. So one comment, right? The savings.
Do you mind introducing yourself, Ravi?
I'm Ravi with ICAST. The comment is that the savings that are being measured and being discussed are energy savings, not cost savings. So when you're going to do electrification, especially with the rates that the gentleman mentioned, one should expect there will be cost savings. There won't be cost savings, there will be a cost increase if you go down that path, but the programs are designed for energy savings, so that was the comment. The question is, I heard on the panel, right, back to measured and modeled, doesn't matter, you still need to baseline for either of them to figure out where things are at, and the best practice is at least 2 years worth of data, because the previous 12 months could have been extremely hot or extremely cold or whatever, so you get a better average when you do 2 years worth of data. And so if you don't get the utility data, how are you going to baseline it? You put these IoT devices out there on tanks or whatever for 2 years before you baseline it. I'm just curious, without utility data for 2 years, how do you baseline?
Look, there's definitely, if you have access to utility data, and you can get that through third parties as well as directly from utilities, those issues are harder, but they aren't insurmountable. And yes, you need to set a baseline, and it needs to be based on real data, but that can be done. And even in the case where you need to wait a year to fully have that baseline, that's still a worthwhile investment in our opinion, because at the end of the day, in the measured approach, you are getting 100% realization rates, and you are only paying for the savings that you can prove are actually there.
Since we're still waiting for lunch, I'll go on a completely other topic, but I think one other thing that we didn't talk about with the measured pathway is that there will likely, the spirit of the guidance is to have customers receive, or building owners receive, the rebate value up front. So there'll be an estimate of what the savings might be. A year later, when the measured savings are taken, those savings could be higher or lower. And so I think it's, DOE has put out last week a sample state application that have some guidelines around thinking through what might happen in those scenarios, especially if it's systematically underestimated or overestimated. So I think with the measured pathway, that's certainly something to be mindful of, especially because the idea is, like I mentioned before, to get really high savings, that's going to be a lot of upfront cost, and the idea is to have as much of that rebate, all of the rebate, go to the customer upfront. Also, keeping in mind that if it's an aggravator fronting that money, they're taking a big risk, and there needs to be some benefit for them too. So it's a balancing act.
Yeah, I mean, and I think one of the things that in the Flex Coalition that we've endorsed, I mean, I personally think that it's hard enough to get people to do projects, and so just the normal operations of a market, this notion that aggregators are going to come in and intentionally underestimate savings to capture the upside, I don't really think that that's a good business opportunity. But there are easy ways to handle that. So something that we support, for example, would be a cap on how much the upside could be. You make it 20%. And you're fine. So, I mean, I think it's potentially an issue, but there are plenty of solutions to it, and we shouldn't let things like that undermine the benefits of measured savings.
Question over here or no? Thinking about it?
So in all of the data and all of the states and all of the programs that have been gathered, it feels like we've missed a step nationally. By centering the homeowner, the thing that they don't know is how much should they be paying, right? We know in the data behind it, we can say based on your region, your weather, your preference, if you're cold-blooded or you're warm-blooded, and your setting, your heat source, we can tell you if you're in a code-built house, generally what you ought to be paying. And if you're not paying that, there's a problem, right? But we all know it as practitioners, but this is not a visible number. And that's probably potentially a more effective and immediate baseline to be the indicator. You're paying $800, there's a problem. Because on average, in a decently built home that's in proper maintenance and the equipment's functioning well, that's what you ought to be in this range, even if you got it into a range, right? And so it leads to this question of like, is there a value too of indicating to the nation people who shouldn't be participating in this program and wrap their minds around that and show up with their home that already gets 45 miles to the gallon because they want to try to get 55. Right? We have cash for clunkers. We have folks that are needing serious gains. And so I feel like the answers are actually there, and it's less engineering and more pulling from existing data. Is that real?
That's a version of what I was saying earlier about if you have access to data, what you can do program targeting. In my previous job, I was a consumer advocate in Illinois, and there was smart meter data available from ComEd, the City of Chicago utility, and we were able to, now it was anonymized, but we could look at the census tract level and using that build a model to sort of identify kind of what you're talking about, places that should be doing better on what they're using, but aren't, and why is that? And we started to investigate. There are some issues around when you do that kind of advanced targeting. It probably is going to need the utility to be engaged, given privacy concerns and that. But there's a lot of things you can do there, and I do think ultimately that's where the world will go, because people don't have an idea at this point if their place is, am I good or bad compared to where I should be? And the data exists, as you say, to get at that question. All of this, again, I think points in the direction of measured savings, because we can start to really tease out those issues and put together a coherent strategy to achieve least cost decarbonization.
And I'll just add really quickly that kind of what you were describing is a program we run in Vermont right now, a home energy label. And it is a mile per gallon tag basically for your home. You input when it was built, your fuel consumption, your energy data, and you'll get a ranking, and it goes from red to green. And then from there, you're told maybe you should contact Efficiency Vermont. And I believe Ireland has actually customized their retrofit program around the home energy labels that homes get. So it exists, and I think it is a great starting point, and it's a way to get people that might be interested but just need like 5 questions to figure out if they should be part of the program in it. So it exists.
So First Energy, JCP&L offers this. If they go to our website, we have home energy reports. We have billing analysis that basically enter all the appliances that are in your home, all the appliances, and we will tell you how much your bill should be. And if you're out of range or if you're in range, those opportunities are out there for customers. And I promise you that in New Jersey, when customers feel their bills are high, they're calling and questioning why their bills are high. They're not in the dark that they think it should be lower or higher. They are calling and questioning, and that's where a lot of our customers actually get referred to our energy efficiency programs, because they're questioning why their bill is so high, especially in the winter time. So, but those programs do exist. It's just they gotta go to the websites and kind of look at them.
There's one program in Georgia, not by utility, but a nonprofit, where they work with the utility, like David was saying, get utility bills, and then work with census tract data to target manufactured homes with high energy burdens, and then do outreach to them for retrofit. So that's another option, but certainly some privacy concerns.
All right, let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you very much. As you can see, we're just finalizing the setup for lunch, so take a break. We know that you need to, you've been going without coffee this morning if you didn't bring your own, so you're going to refuel and enjoy lunch. We'll be back in about half an hour at, let's see, 12:20 for the third panel. We may make an announcement once lunch is ready to help yourself to. Thank you.
Our third panel of the day is focusing specifically on addressing barriers to service delivery. Kim Diamond, who's senior counsel at the board, will be moderating. Kim, feel free to take it away.
Hey. Well, hello, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch. My name is Kim Diamond. I'm senior counsel at the board, and I work on energy efficiency matters. I'm excited to moderate this third panel of the day. This panel focuses on the very important issue of service delivery. In particular, this panel will focus on identifying, evaluating, and overcoming barriers that prevent or prohibit services from reaching residents. As you know, reaching residents is something that's very crucial. Just as important, though, is avoiding attrition or opportunity loss as customers move through EE programs. This is particularly the case for low-income households, households that would benefit the most from energy efficiency upgrades. After all, these households are the ones that generally suffer the highest energy burdens in the state. This is compounded by the fact that low-income households are more likely to have inefficient appliances and building envelopes than wealthier families. So it's imperative that these EE programs equitably reach those who would benefit the most. The U.S. Department of Energy, the DOE, acknowledges challenges with reaching customers and guiding them through this journey. This is why DOE is looking for the states, such as New Jersey, to bring innovative approaches to help increase uptake. Now, we know some of the challenges these households face. I'm just going to list some of these challenges. Administrative or paperwork burdens. So, for instance, tenant sign-offs or income verification process. For those of you who don't know, in New Jersey, the income verification process means self-attestation is used for income verification. And then, after that is done, the state must perform a look-back verification of recipients that use self-verification within 6 to 12 months following the launch of an EE program. Some other challenges include health and safety challenges, customer support, and availability, which includes having trusted advisors or scheduling appointments with customers to assess these recipients' availability and ability to participate in these programs. We do know some ways to address these challenges. 2 examples include reducing the pain points that trigger attrition and connecting people with complementary funding that they may use to support EE program projects. We would like to have an open discussion on how we can address barriers and increase reach for these New Jersey EE programs. So I am now going to introduce our panelists, and I'm going to provide some brief background about each of them, and then I will go down the row and invite the panelists to provide some additional background about the work that they do and about their organization itself after my brief introduction. So our first panelist is Kelvin Bodie. Kelvin works at the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey, HCDNNJ. There, he leads work on healthy homes and communities, including crime prevention and local community empowerment. Our next speaker is Nancy Quirk. Nancy is Senior Program Manager Energy at Sustainable Jersey. In that role, Nancy provides guidance to local governments on energy efficiency and renewable energy matters related to waste management, energy efficiency, and sustainability planning. And our third panelist is David Schmidek. David is the Federal and International Policy Manager of the Carbon-Free Building Team at RMI. So I'm just going to go down the row. So Calvin, if you'd like to explain a little bit more about what you do in your organization, that would be great.
Sure. So as was being said, I'm with the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey as the Director of Healthy Homes and Communities. I'll just call it the network from here on out for everyone's sanity. But a bit of what we do, just very briefly, we're an advocacy network of about 270-ish plus nonprofits, community developers, small municipalities, and philanthropists, both big and large. Our mission is twofold. The first side of it is to advocate mainly for policies that advance affordable, safe, and healthy housing across New Jersey. And the second half of that mission is to assist our members directly in the communities they work in with technical assistance and projects.
Okay, thank you. Nancy?
Hi, Nancy Cork, Senior Program Manager with Sustainable Jersey. Our organization, as many of you know, because I see many familiar faces, is an educational organization for schools and municipalities in the state. We provide detailed guidance, sort of step-by-step guidance for them to do all kinds of sustainability projects, from bike paths, community gardens. In my area, we give them guidance on how to upgrade their facilities with energy efficiency work, making use of the state and utility incentives. And we also provide them guidance on how to set up and structure an outreach campaign both for their residents and their businesses. And we have two flavors of residential outreach. One is really geared to the low and moderate income segment. It's a new set of guidance procedures for those who may be eligible for LIHEAP, all the way through Comfort Partners, and I will probably talk about that more during the program, but I just want to introduce two words that I'll probably use a lot because I'll forget. One is that our guidance documents are called actions, so I'll refer to actions as part of the process. And the other is that we really rely on green teams in each municipality or each school. And that's very critical to what we're talking about here, because the green teams are your neighbors. They are local volunteers. They could be comprised, they could have elected officials on it, municipal staff, any volunteer from, Boy Scouts all the way through senior citizens. And that's very meaningful because they represent the community and they are a familiar face in the community. Probably the most important thing I didn't say is that our program is a certification program, so when municipalities follow these guidance documents and submit evidence that they did step by step what we said, we give them points and then we celebrate them. There's no money involved in it. It's just really a peer-to-peer kind of competition.
And are there different levels to that, Nancy?
How do you mean?
Gold, bronze?
Oh, sure. So Kim's on a green team, in case you can't tell. But anyway, so sure, if they do a lot of things, they can get, a lot of points. So they start out at bronze, they can go to silver, and then we have some gold stars in the program. Particularly, we have a gold star in health. I believe we're building one on, I think we have one on water. One is being built, I think, on resilience, and we have a gold star in energy. So very briefly, if they wanted to get the gold star in energy, they have to do a specific set of actions, and it has to cover transportation, electrification, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. And all of this is laid out. It's just like an extra level. Given the previous panel, I'm inspired to say its origin was meant to be performance-based, but that turned out to be kind of difficult, so it's performance-based, and you just have to check the box that you did certain actions. Thanks, Kim.
Okay, thank you. David.
Yeah, thanks, folks. Hi, everybody. David Smedick. I'm a policy manager at RMI. We were formerly known as Rocky Mountain Institute. We are an NGO working on the global energy transition, and we have programs kind of across the planet, really. We have some offices in India and China, but our domestic program is actually quite robust. We have different sectors, whether it's electricity or transportation, and we have a carbon-free buildings program, which I sit on, which does a lot of different work in the building sector, whether it's actually embedding ourselves into some project work where we're doing robust decarbonization retrofits for multifamily housing in Massachusetts and California, or we have the policy shop, which I sit on, which engages with the federal government, with state governments, advocacy networks, et cetera, to provide a lot of engagement opportunities, resources, and leverage our knowledge and expertise in the transition. So excited to be a part of the conversation today.
Excellent. All right. Well, let's kick things off with a question to all of our panelists. So who are existing EE programs working for today? And who are the people that may be struggling to receive incentives? For example, low-income residents, multifamily buildings, et cetera. I'm just going to go down the row if you'd like to.
So I realized I talked a lot about what my organization is, but not necessarily about what our work that we were doing relates to this is. And so just as a bit of context, in the beginning of the year, we were approached by the Energy Foundation via grant to go across the state to different LMI communities and kind of do a listen and learn / educational session on the various weatherization, energy efficiency, and kind of programs related to that. What we found was that typically affluent homeowners in the area already knew about these programs, or those that kind of had a relationship or some kind of in the know for the utility companies. But the populations that we found kind of across the state, no matter where we went, that were having extreme difficulties were foreign-born Americans or first-generation Americans whose English was not their first language. For a lot of them, they felt the materials that were translated from English over to their language didn't reflect the full content of the program. And when they would try to follow up and ask questions, it was very common that somebody either wouldn't speak their language that they could reach, or they would be promised that someone would reach them at a later date, and they would never get any kind of follow-up, after which they would usually just kind of give up and not pursue the process anymore. That being said, they were aware of them. Many of them were aware of the programs in the neighborhoods that we did go into. It was the language barriers and oftentimes a feeling that there was a catch or a rub in the program, that there was going to be some way that it was going to put them on the hook later.
Okay, Nancy?
Well, from our perspective, it seems like all income levels are facing, in a way, similar barriers. There's a large plethora of programs out there, and with the recent transition, it almost seems like it got a little more confusing in the meantime. So having that customer journey where the homeowner or moderate income or low income can go to the website of each utility, which is now responsible for all of the programs, and have a clear path that they need to take. So there's a lot of great programs and great information, but when the consumer gets there, they're faced with, oh, do I need a LED rebates or a rebate for my washer, as opposed to a whole home assessment, which, as I think most of us would agree, is really the best place to start. And we're very fortunate that the utilities are offering a variety of these, but even there, it's somewhat confusing, because some of the home energy assessments, particularly the new one, which has great potential, the Quick Home Energy Assessment, QHEC, some of the they vary, so let me make that clear, but the report that the homeowner gets, because it's free, so it's an easy entry to that, but the report doesn't really inspire the homeowner or say clearly, next step is X, please do X. So getting that report that the homeowner gets to translate directly into, oh, now I know what to do, is part of the issue. I think Kelvin and probably the other panelists will talk more than I really can, because I don't have the front-hand experience, but we do hear from the green teams that, with the low-income Comfort Partners program, it's the health and safety barrier, the need for the work. And I think the state has done some things to try and bring the weatherization and the Comfort Partners programs together, but I can't speak with any depth of expertise on that. We just know from our people on the front lines that that's a problem. And I think all of us, again, recognize that the multifamily segment is just a different creature altogether. And I'm way looking forward to a great solution to that, because that's in the commercial sector, and there's, the split incentive and all of those other problems that arise.
Okay, David, how about you?
Yeah, you guys said a lot of really good stuff already, so I'll just chime in a little bit more. But one thing that I actually was on the train up today, I live in Baltimore, so appreciate everybody welcoming me to New Jersey today. Looking up a couple relatively recent reports, and Berkeley Lab had done an analysis and research on some residential energy consumption survey data on a couple of different programs in different geographies across the country for energy efficiency programs, and they found that generally for market rate programs, what a lot of us already kind of know and expect, but that higher income, higher educated homeowners typically take advantage of the market rate programs. And within that, you can then start to target your efficiency programs. That's why we have the Weatherization Assistance Program at the federal level, a lot of the Comfort Partners as an example, but having those income qualified programs is then a way to target more delivery and deployment opportunities to lower income communities and households. But even within that, I was finding some interesting remarks within some of the analysis that Berkeley Lab had done, and indicating that even when you do have lower income households, opting into programs and participating. A lot of the actual adoption rates and the measures that were being included in their assessments or in their actual retrofit work were rightfully so, a lot of the lower hanging fruit, but not necessarily getting at some of the root or deeper causes of some of the appliances or the HVAC systems necessarily. And so you were seeing still those higher income, higher educated households take advantage of the deeper retrofit opportunities. And so how we can kind of address those barriers that Kelvin and Nancy mentioned on some of that initial uptake. How do you get people into the program? I really want to +1 the language barrier piece. It was mentioned in an earlier panel. What Kelvin mentioned here today, it's huge for as we're developing the new federal programs and how they integrate with the existing ones. I think that will be critically important. And then the health and safety piece as well. So as you start to get people at least interested and engaged in participating in a program, if you've got the language right and they're interested and engaged, then what is those first steps if you're trying to participate in a program and you find out you have asbestos insulation or you have mold and you need to go to a different kind of contract, you need to go to a different program to get it. That's really a point where you'll start to see people drop off. Even if they do get those health and safety upgrades, are they definitely going to go back and get the energy upgrades as well? Can they afford it? Are they just tired of having work done on their home? There's a lot of points there where you can see that, that attrition that we're trying to get through.
So given what you've just said about market rate programs working well and programs that overcome language barriers, et cetera, are there any top of mind programs that come to mind as to what have been the best programs in your opinion that are out there? Could you just name a few and why are they, in your mind, good programs?
Yeah, I think we've kind of named it in a lot of the panel discussions today, but the way that RMI, we kind of think about it, I'll use the term whole home retrofit. So the whole home retrofit panel, our whole home retrofit kinds of programs, and those address energy efficiency and weatherization upgrades. They address appliance replacement and electrification wherever possible. They address energy assistance, so whether that's on-bill assistance or access to clean energy, as well as the health and safety pieces as well. So how you're actually getting programs together and leveraging and stacking different funding sources, those whole home kind of programs are really kind of the gold star out there. It sounds like, I know in New Jersey with Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, there's a pilot program that's addressing a lot of that. Just across the river in Philadelphia, the program Built to Last that the Philadelphia Energy Authority runs has a kind of one-stop shop whole home approach as well that they're trying to scale up. So those are, I think, wherever you can find the whole home kind of programs, I think it's really valuable.
Okay. All right, so this next set of questions is for David and Nancy. If you can please describe where potential opportunity loss occurs during the customer journey from intake to project completion. And I'm going to start with Nancy. So Nancy, we've talked about today over the course of our many panels that the customer experience is key, especially as a positive customer experience is likely to inspire other customers, other neighborhoods that are neighboring to do various things. So how can programs improve the customer experience and address barriers to participation?
Well, I think I'm going to take it in two slices. You mentioned the market rate customer, and then we have the low and moderate income customer. And I'll just use, again, our program actions as a way to describe one way to address that. So our newest action is the Energy Assistance Outreach Action, and it invites the green teams to help those low and moderate income residents who are eligible for either, emergency heat pay assistance in the winter or LIHEAP or any of the other programs all the way up through Comfort Partners, just to make them aware. I do want to also echo what the other panelists have said, that one of the things we worked on in that action was how to engage and sort of invite the green teams to get that translation. It's not easy because is there a formal procedure for that? A lot of schools have translators, and that would be a good person to hire to translate. So we've really struggled with that part of it and don't really want to translate the program details because you can get into, some thorns there. But the other unique part of this action that we think can help bridge some of these challenges is that the green teams must also engage with the community-based organizations. So that's the health clinic, the food bank, you name it, any place where these low and moderate income residents are going to be engaging on a regular basis because they need that continual reinforcement. These, I think, when we were just saying, if they fall through after one step, if that agency that is also serving them for their other needs continually reminds them to jump in and say, look, this is really important. And again, we've talked all day. It's health, it's savings on energy, but again, and ACEEE is here, a wonderful report, it's lost days from work if the kids are sick because the home is, poor indoor air quality or the parent can't go to work. I mean, these are real economic issues. So knowing that segment of the sectors who are can take advantage of these programs are dealing also with the community-based organizations is a way to try and double up that messaging effort. And we are also very proud that when the Green Team engages with the community-based organization, they must also help that organization know that there are commercial incentives for their building because they may or may not be focused on their own energy savings, but energy savings equals greater money for program implementation. I think on the market-based sector, again, what we hear, so we're hearing from the Green Teams who are engaging with residents who, for example, have done a home performance audit. That audit report may not inspire them into action. In fact, it may say, whoa, this $20,000, with or without financing, this is kind of a big, scary thing. So getting the homeowner to understand that it's not an all or nothing proposition. That home energy assessment report has a whole slate of things they can do and they don't have to be done tomorrow. Start step by step. Keep that customer engaged over the course. If it takes 2, 3, 4 years, it's a real barrier once they get that report back with a scope of work that says, whoa, $20,000. It's like, I'll think about this later. So that's something I think that we can all consider, and I talked with a couple people, over lunch about that, trying to make that home energy assessment report a little more user-friendly. The last thing I'll say on that, we do, again, have an action that helps Green Teams promote this. In the action, I'll talk more about this probably later, we do ask that the Green Teams, and particularly the mayor, send a letter to all residents, but most importantly, right on this point, is to really recommend that every resident who gets a home energy assessment report to get 3 quotes on the scope, because that way they'll have a little bit better, sense of what they can choose and pick and choose from. So that was a lot.
Yeah, and Nancy covered a lot of it. I'll add just 2 brief additional points in terms of potential pain points for attrition, and would love to hear during the discussion others that in the room know some of those too. But I think even if you do get in and have a household or a homeowner or a renter start to be interested in the program, but then I'll emphasize that renter piece, if they start to learn, okay, well, I actually can't do this because I'm a renter, or the landlord starts to realize, oh, I can't do this because I need to sign off for my tenant and that's too much work or something. That is another point where if you're not a homeowner, we talk about the split incentive in these kinds of spaces a lot, but that really is a point of interest, I think, as we're evolving the programs with this inflection of federal funds that we want to start to dig into. And the other piece I would say is not only when you get maybe the home energy assessment report and you have a $20K retrofit that you need to in your home for energy approaches, you also have to start to think about how will that impact your next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months of your everyday life for a lot of people. So are you facing displacement if it's a really deep retrofit, if you find a lot of health and safety issues and energy issues? How long is that going to take and disrupt the homeowners or the renters' everyday life? You need to have some structures in place, or at least some kinds of responses to help people with that kind of process. So those are 2 other points that I'd throw out there.
David, since you mentioned it, how do you feel about the financing options that are available out there right now in order to effectuate what you just mentioned?
Yeah, I think to be honest, I'm most excited about some new financing options that I think will come out, again, with my federal policy hat on. So I'd be curious to hear from folks about the New Jersey perspective specifically. But another part of the Inflation Reduction Act is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. It's actually one of the larger single line items within there, about $27 billion through the EPA for a couple of different programs. We talked about Solar for All earlier, but also within there, the Clean Communities Investment Accelerator and the National Clean Investment Fund, if I have the acronyms right. But essentially, there's about $20 billion that's going to go to a select number of intermediaries or green banks or whatever phrase you want to use, and they're going to be providing really a new suite of financing opportunities, specifically with buildings as one of the 3 pillars that they are supposed to go after to help decarbonize and offer new financial products for folks to do. And that can range from low to zero interest loans to forgivable loans, et cetera, that can stack with the rebate programs if we work out all the nuances there, that could really maybe help cover those upfront costs for specific measures or whole home approaches. So those kind of new financing tools that will roll out over the next year and a half, I think will be really exciting.
Excellent. Okay, this next question is for Kelvin and David. The need for H&S upgrades prior to EE upgrades can be a major driver of customer attrition. What's your sense of impact of H&S barriers on customer attrition, and could new funding, either state or federal, be used for H&S?
So it's going to be kind of piggybacking off of David's earlier point, but one of the biggest barriers that we've had, many of our members are developers or property managers, and when they do get an assessment that says, you're in need of weatherization, the point did get made a bit earlier, but oftentimes an issue will come up as, oh, well, you have asbestos, or we found lead paint flecks off of one of the windowsills, and so it becomes an entirely new process. I believe the biggest reason for deferments or deferrals from the weatherization process is health and safety, and so particularly in my mind, either the processes need to be married somehow, or you more or less need to address what you know is going to be on the kind of stages of triage before you can get to that. If you know you're working in a neighborhood that has an older than average housing stock, perhaps money needs to be allocated up front for potential incidents where you come across lead, asbestos, mold, and things of that nature, so that if it is arisen as an issue, it's not a huge scramble of who's supposed to be referred to who. There's already money in a pot that was anticipated for a neighborhood of that age. I just will very quickly say, I can't speak so much to the market rate customers, but for the LMI customers, we have some of the oldest housing stock in the nation. After COVID, people were spending more time than ever in their homes, and we kind of got walloped with some of the hottest summers we've had in a while, so people's ACs were cranked up to 11. And what we've kind of seen is, from an investment standpoint, these homes aren't getting any younger. They need work that's going to be ever increasing, so it really makes sense up front to do the work that we know is going to come up on the, I'm going to use that word again, triage first before you then get to what's the next stages.
Hey, David?
Yeah, I really wholeheartedly agree. I'm in this work because of energy, and that's what I like and care about, and climate, but the more I learn about the health and safety deferral rates, it just really shines a light on how critically important it is to have the programs integrated better and speaking and coordinating, as well as seeking out additional funds, whether that's through the federal government, through HUD programs, housing and urban development programs for lead abatement, and marrying those together with the weatherization assistance program and LIHEAP. Whether it's the state funds, if you can use, in New Jersey, you have the benefit of some RGGI dollars. I heard that that's focusing on buildings today. So are there opportunities to help fill the gap for health and safety with that? Are there ways to leverage some of the, the GGRP, the green, I'm blanking on it now, for the IRA, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund pieces, as well as the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, from the EPA through the IRA. Is there a way to fund pre-weatherization dollars through that? Because on the federal government side, you get some funding for pre-weatherization through the DOE WAP program, but it is really minuscule compared to the actual money that you get for the energy side of things. So those deferral rates that can range from 10% in some states up to 30% in other states, or even up to 50% in some communities, as Kelvin mentioned, with older building stock, that is such a critical point of pressure that you need to be identifying and working in concert both in the state and even in collaboration with other states to go into coalition opportunities for funding from the federal government on that. And
if I can add to that, the need for really just assessing what kind of follow-up is going to be needed for occupancy. As the point got made earlier, many people are reluctant to, as a bit of, again, context, my organization, one of our primary kind of policy priorities is affordable housing. And so for many LMI residents, if they have a choice between having to scramble around to find what's already housing of a lower quality than they're living in, or maybe just ride it out and kind of deal with where they live and where they know, a lot of them are going to choose the latter. And so making sure that there are options with both funding and dignity for those residents, that when they do have to get moved, if they choose to go through with this process, that it's not something that is basically having them deal with a lower quality of life than they might already be dealing with normally. And there was some profound life-changing point there, but basically, just addressing the fact that for many of these people, what the homes and the apartments and the shelters that they're living in right now are the best option that they have, and they're very, very nervous to risk that.
Okay, this next question is for David. In addition to broader whole home upgrades that involve an end-to-end assessment process, there are also point-of-sale programs that exist in New Jersey today, such as HPWES. There are also new federal funding opportunities such as HEEHRA and tax incentives for these types of programs. So what are the current pain points or barriers in the customer journey for point-of-sale upgrades?
Yeah, this is a great question, and one of the main reasons I think we're all here today. There's a lot of different pieces when it comes to rebates. And for starters, I think the point-of-sale rebates, and as we heard on the previous panel, the goal of getting the rebate, even in the measured program, to the consumer as quickly as possible is really fundamentally core to it. I think where I've run into and seen other pain points across a rebate program, even point-of-sale rebate program, is a lack of information or clarity on the consumer end. So how we're doing consumer education for these programs is really important, knowing that there's a limit to how many actual, appliances will be sold under the HEEHRA program, because it's got a cap on the amount of money it has. These aren't gonna last forever. There's a finite resource there. So folks need to understand that it's not only a rush to the door to get the rebate program, but there's a way that you can roll it out maybe more in a cohesive way that folks understand, okay, these are how many are left, here's the time that works for me, et cetera. So I think that that's an important point, and understanding then further the differences as well. In general, you just hear rebates out there. There are different points of manufacturer rebates that maybe require the mail-in. That's not obviously a point of sale, but confusing those, I think, a lot of times for folks is one of the biggest pain points when it comes to a rebate program. So knowing that there are potentially too many options out there and how to navigate them, it kind of comes back to that consumer experience.
So you mentioned consumer education and the rollout needing to be effective. Could you speak to some of the more effective means of doing that you've come across?
I'll do my best. I think I really want to lean back to, I think, a part of what Kelvin and Nancy were saying at the start of community engagement and partnering with community-based organizations that are trusted in the parts of the state and the community that you are trying to reach. Because I think that when you hear it from a neighbor, when you hear it from a trusted partner, it's going to be even more effective than hearing it on the radio or the TV or going to wherever else that you see a billboard for it. Those are all important pieces too, to just get the information out there, but the trusted partner, I think, is really, really critical. I'll shout out in my home state in Maryland, the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative folks partnered with some state legislators over the last 2 years to do community-based events called Power in the Park, and they just rotated around a dozen different events throughout the year, each year, and held community barbecues. They had booths set up. They had information. They started with maybe 30 people showing up, but they're having 200 people show up to these things by the end of the program. And so it was a really neat way that the state and the local organizations were partnering to be that trusted advisor in communities and getting the conversation started.
Nice. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and it's a little anecdotal, but in our experience going across the state this year, we had a variety of meetings either at universities in the area or City Hall, depending on how accessible it was. But the best meeting that we had, bar none, was in a restaurant over a meal with the residents, and word of mouth got out. And then 2 weeks afterwards, when we did a follow-up meeting, the restaurant was packed, and they had to shove some tables aside for a kind of talking area in the back. And so, again, it's anecdotal, but agreeing with David, our best success was over dinner at a restaurant with the residents in a place they trusted, with food they liked, and surrounded by their neighbors and friends.
Okay, so the next question, this is for Nancy and for Kelvin. How could New Jersey work to build a more seamless experience for customers? For instance, having a one-stop shop program or a customer-centric digital enabler, if you will, or expanding the whole house program?
I guess I'm on a roll, so I'll start. I guess there was some gimmies right there in the answers, but what I will mention that I think got touched on a little earlier that maybe didn't get fleshed out fully yet is really the follow-up that Nancy mentioned, basically making sure that you're proactive, especially with the LMI residents, to ensure, are you still going through the process? Why have you changed your mind if not? And if you're still interested, what can we do? For a lot of our residents that we were working with, the biggest resource that they had, or the most precious, was time. They're often working multiple jobs. They have large families. Both spouses are working. And when they get home, it's all hands on deck to take care of the kids, cook dinner, and help with homework. And so asking them to take an hour out of their night, every other night to kind of double check or check on the process, for many of them, they'll do it for about a week, and then life just kind of overtakes, that process. So I really need to echo that especially for the residents who are, working 50, 60 hours a week, have multiple kids, spouses also working, there needs to be some kind of proactive follow-up for those people, because if not, they're going to prioritize what's going on immediately in their day-to-day.
Hey, Nancy?
Yeah, so I had to hold myself back from jumping in on the trusted messenger kind of thing. And I've been kind of waiting to talk a little bit more about one of our other actions, which is our residential energy efficiency outreach action, which is built precisely on the trusted messenger approach. So again, describing our program, you have this green team, which are basically your neighbors. But in this particular action, we invite the green team to have the mayor send a letter to all the residents. It's the city imprimatur on that. It's the trusted messenger, and the mayor saying, wow, this is really great. And if they're lucky, the mayor can say, we did upgrades on our facilities, and it's really saved us money. There's a program for you, too, for homeowners. A layer in on that particular program, which is also a barrier that all of the homeowners face, particularly home performance, actually, because there's so many contractors out there, and there's so much buzz around, and there's, they're like, no, I'm not sure I trust this. So one thing we recommend for the green teams to do, it's not required, but we ask them to go ahead and put out an RFP and have 2 or 3 home performance contractors sort of raise their hand and say, yes, we'll help you with your outreach, and we'll offer, a fixed rate audit, for whatever, a year or 6 months or something like that. Then that letter from the mayor can say, oh, and we've selected contractors A, B, and C to do your home energy audit. So that customer doesn't have to go through a list of 50, home performance auditors. They don't know those companies. It really is word of mouth. But the municipality is already taking that step. There's no business relationship between the municipality and the selected contractors. It's simply a way to have the contractors step up and say, yes, we'll help, and we'll provide, maybe a special offer. So that's really important. The other things that we have going on, sometimes the mayor will have a video of their home being audited, which again increases that comfort level. It's like, oh, this isn't so scary. We have one video out there that's been out there for years. I quote it all the time. It's from Summit, by the way. But you see the mayor sitting down with the assessor and saying, oh, okay, I get it now, and just walking through their home. We also have a program, we're in partnership with PSE&G right now, and they're helping to fund the creation of an additional set of videos that are much shorter. They're like 5-minute videos. They're based in town with either a city council person, mayor, often the mayors like to do this, right? But they're like, hey, PSE&G has great home energy efficiency programs for you. It doesn't call out one program. It's just like, you need to call them. This is really important. And the videos are so beautiful. It's like that local neighborhood coming across. And the funding also includes opportunities for these huge street banners. Everything that's created in the collateral for marketing this is, again, being run by that local green team, and it's got the municipal logo on it. This is your municipality talking to you. So it reduces so many barriers. And again, we're really happy with the output there. Trying to figure out how to share it with you guys. But anyway, I'll stop there.
So Nancy, you've mentioned the green team a number of times. I know you touched on who can participate, but in the spirit of what Kelvin has mentioned, in the spirit of what David has mentioned, and also trying to figure out ways to catalyze everyone and synergize everyone and bring everyone together, we talked, and Kelvin mentioned trusted advisors and friends and neighbors and the importance of bringing everyone together. who can be on a green team? Like, if I am excited about being on a green team, how does one become involved in a green team, and how can you get your neighbors and friends involved so that we can have a giant snowballing synergistic opportunity for all?
Well, thanks for the question, Kim. And I bet you could actually answer it too. So anyone can be on a green team. Typically, so when a municipality, and this also goes for schools, but really focus on municipalities because they have more of this community outreach than the schools do. But any green team, typically someone either on the Environmental Commission or, maybe as council member, someone who's super passionate about the environment says, there's a Sustainable Jersey program and we want to participate. So it is required that they have a green team to participate. So it may be, it's just any of that passionate people, and then they can simply, use their own network. Because we often talk with green teams who are having trouble getting green team members. And we're like, well, have you talked to your senior citizens? Have you talked to your youth groups? Have you talked to, any, I'm from New Orleans, so excuse me, but I learned in my previous life that, if you start holding events and you say, y'all come, y'all come to our event, we want to tell you how great energy is, it doesn't work. You have to go to them. So the green teams have to reach out to those community groups that they know are active and capable. So it really is that local, deep local knowledge that enables them, I think, to build out. But Kim, you may be able to speak to that a little bit from your experience.
But I'm not going to.
Oh?
I'm going to actually ask Kelvin. Nancy mentioned youth groups. Have you found that youth groups have been what has been your experience with youth groups in helping to mobilize some of these initiatives?
So in the neighborhoods that we've worked in, the youth are typically the most receptive to the messaging about climate change, the need for weatherization. Unfortunately, the youth are typically not the homeowners of the neighborhood, so they're very good at getting the word out to their parents and grandparents, which does help with the kind of trusted messenger, depending on how respected the kid is in the house. But at the same time, I will say money talks in the messaging as well. For a lot of these residents, what they want to see is proof of savings. And so in our experience, if you have, and this might be more of a kind of organizing or logistics point here, but if you you're going to have a lot of trouble maybe getting the messaging out to the entire community, getting a few trusted people to be brave and do it within the community, and then they can kind of be the people that go, no, there actually is tangible savings from this, and I will stand up in front of a room and show you. That does a million times more than me going to a neighborhood where I'm a fresh face, a fresh name, and going, it's going to save you money, I promise. So that's at least, money talks it very loudly in our experience with the residents.
Okay, so I'm now going to open this up to all of our panelists. Are there any other potential challenges that we may not have already mentioned? So for instance, in terms of paperwork or scheduling home visits, how could you or how could a program be designed, and how could you think of the best way to address the various barriers that we've mentioned? What are your thoughts? Are there any other barriers that you can think of that we should talk about?
I'll jump in really briefly and then want to hear from Kelvin and Nancy if they have more. But we in earlier panels, we talked a lot about contractors, and we mentioned them a bit up here as well. But I do think that is it is often a trusted advisor for a lot of people once you do let somebody into your home and they start to assess it and find areas where there can be improvements. That trust that's built through that process is really critical. So ensuring that one, as we said in the first panel, we have enough contractors that can really do the work and understand it is critical, but also that they understand the nuances of the programs that a homeowner may be able to take advantage of. I think that's a point of entry to get somebody to participate a little bit more if they've got a trusted advisor in their contractor as well.
Kelvin or Nancy?
Yeah, I'll jump in. It's not really a barrier. It's actually a big thank you to our utilities, because the utilities are a very critical partner in these outreach campaigns. And so our green teams work with the utility staff so that if they're doing, say, some kind of workshop at the library, I think a restaurant's a great idea, but basically, or your picnics, I really want to learn more. having that utility staff person there who can actually answer, the detailed questions that homeowners might have about, or anyone has about any of the programs. But really, we feel that we have a good working relationship with the utilities in the state, and they have been very supportive of our work. So I think that's, not to say that's a barrier, that's actually a big plus here, and we very much appreciate that support.
Okay.
Just say, once again, it's kind of echoing, it encapsulates everything that was said. It's just the trust piece. I mean, most of us, I'd imagine all of us in this room, know that the programs that have come out are, extremely beneficial to those who apply for them and receive them. Again, it's a lot of the residents in these underserved communities have a history of maybe getting backhanded deals or not fully understanding the messaging. So again, it's that trust, making sure the residents understand the benefits of it and trust that those benefits are going to be received.
All right, well, thank you, everyone. At this point, I'd like to open it up to the floor. I'd like to invite you to come up to the microphone and ask your questions. I'd also ask that you please state your name and your organization when you do so. Don't all jump at once. Come on up.
Hi, Carousel Rinaldi, Andal Policy Group. Both the Homes and HEEHRA programs have incentives for contractors to work in disadvantaged communities. I'm wondering if you can add anything from your experience as to how best to roll that out. Is it, and if you've done any thinking on how you might incorporate that into any of the programs you're currently doing. Thanks.
I can. I mean, really, as far as the rollout goes, if there is already kind of a consistent, I suppose from the utility perspective, if there's kind of already a consistent person that's seen and known within community, hearing it from them usually goes a long way, as opposed to it being a new official, like, a new initiative, a new program, so a new person kind of coming into the neighborhood explaining it. What I can say from our experience is, if it's a neighborhood that we kind of know, like one or two people really has a consistent, steady relationship of working in, even if it's not necessarily their wheelhouse, we might make them the ones that kind of broach the idea or introduce it, so it's not just a blind side when it comes down the pipe.
I don't have too much more. To be honest, I haven't really worked yet, although these will provide the opportunity, on contractor incentives and implementer incentives in the same way. But I do think that I think a lot of implementers that are following the programs know that it's there, but I don't really know how much the general public knows, or some of the folks even in our field remember that those are good incentives within there for folks to utilize. And I think one piece that I'd throw out there is using and leveraging the Infrastructure Act and some of the IRA contractor training funds, and incorporating within that the Homes and HEEHRA information, so that those contractors are not only getting updated information about building science and the different home energy assessments and the retrofit opportunities, but also those programs, and that there are incentives for them in the programs as well. It's not just the homeowner. I think that will be important, but to have the proof points, similar to we talked about how you need proof points for the homeowner that they're going to save money, you need proof points for the contractors that the jobs are going to be there, and that the rebates, that they will also receive those on a timely manner, the same way a homeowner will receive the rebates on a timely manner.
Also, just to jump in from the board's perspective, Indrani Paul on our team is currently leading the applications for the contractor training grants, which are due at the end of January. Additionally, Sarah Bloom on our team is working on the energy auditor training grants. The contractor training grant is the formula, energy auditor is the competitive grant that states can apply for. And so we're looking at these issues. We're working with Rutgers to look at like a landscape type analysis on the energy efficiency workforce and where there's currently gaps and how this additional capacity can help fill those gaps.
Is there anyone else from the floor who'd like to come up and ask a question? Anyone?
We got someone brave.
Hi, Ben Adams, McGran Associates. I'm wondering if you feel enough attention is being paid to education of consumers post-installation on how to use the equipment that's being put in their homes, particularly if it's electrification, and now they're using a piece of equipment that is unfamiliar to them, and to get maximum efficiency out of it may need a little bit of different interaction, and we all like to think that the controls are extremely intuitive, but are not necessarily, especially if they didn't themselves go out and buy it, and they're not motivated in quite the same way to figure out how to make it work. So post-installation education. Thank you.
Anecdotally, I don't know enough programs that are probably doing that. I think that as we are moving toward electrification, like you mentioned, not to just repeat exactly what you said, but I think it will be a really critical, important piece moving forward for homeowners. It is still a bit challenging. I typically think of like commissioning on commercial buildings and retro commissioning and the operations on that front. There's lots of jobs you can have to and get to do that kind of work, and so how to translate that to a homeowner, it's certainly less complicated systems on one hand, but it is I would be curious to see how maybe the state energy offices that are developing the Homes and HEEHRA programs, I would be certainly curious in the measured approach, and maybe folks from the Flex Coalition or others could speak to how they continue to work with the homeowner over that year of the measured approach. I think that's a big opportunity that we could then scale those learnings from that measured approach program into continued consumer education on that front.
I'd just say, yeah, absolutely as well. You know, just kind of echoing the point of the follow-up being its own kind of advertisement for building trust in the community. If people can see afterwards that, you know, we're not just dropping you off, you know, the cart after you're on the program, and, you know, it's hands-on with you the whole time.
Any other questions?
Upendra Chivukula, former commissioner. My question is, there's many questions, many topics raised about language being an issue. And, you know, there are so many languages, 20 languages, and as the Red Council said, what effort, I mean, are we expecting the utilities to do more in terms of preparing their consumers, you know, preparing literature, whatever it is, to educational material, so that way people are aware of it? Most of the time you see in English or Spanish, and you don't go beyond that. And geographic specific language related education material, how much focus the state should be focusing on, placing on, and as well as requiring the utilities to do?
No, I would definitely say the utilities should be very proactively getting involved with the community anchor institutions and orgs in the neighborhood. You know, often it is a community development corporation or a nonprofit that's the LIHEAP certified organization or something of that nature in the community, and those are the people that are working directly with the residents and the clients. So, you know, at least in my mind, and maybe this is kind of me thinking in the community development network frame of you know, thought, is that it's as simple as a phone call to whoever the LIHEAP certified org is, or maybe a couple of the long-standing historical nonprofits in the area, and just kind of asking, you know, hey, very quickly, what are the primary languages in your neighborhood, or what are some growing ones that we might not be aware of in the last couple of years? It often really is just that simple.
Would talking to the mayor help at all, or are the organizations better?
So, from our perspective, the mayor is an invaluable ally. You can't do it without the municipality, but it often is the case that the nonprofits on the ground and the anchor institutions, like the churches, the stores, all that kind of stuff, they usually have their finger to the pulse more than the powers that be up at top. That isn't to say that you don't need the powers that be up top, because you 100% do. But it's more often the case that the smaller community orgs recognize changing and emerging trends within the neighborhood first.
Yeah, and I think I'll just jump in from, you know, our experience, and we've had discussions with the Comfort Partners program. There's really, it's a difficult solution insofar as there is a desire for some level of approval of that translation that goes out, and that has to do with, you know, utility programs or the BPU's programs, and that makes perfect sense. So having it in the hands of the neighborhood, is that okay? You know, or do you want to have some kind of systematized approval process, given that there are a multitude of languages, right? And I think of the DEP map here in New Jersey. They did a very good map with all the minority language pockets, you know, around the state. It's just almost overwhelming. So I don't have a solution, but I think one question to ask is, you know, who's allowed to do that translation, and is that acceptable to, you know, the program manager that actually owns the program? I think that's a barrier in my mind.
And Kelvin, how would you, if someone were to reach out to these different community organizations, let's say that they're unfamiliar with the town, they're not going to reach out to the mayor, they look up and there's a list of 20 different churches and various other types of organizations, how do you pinpoint the right place so that you don't just get an answering machine?
Yeah, so typically you try to look at the ones that are direct service, as there will be kind of orgs that work more on the periphery that might not be directly with the neighborhood. What we will traditionally try to do when we go into a neighborhood is look at kind of what are the longest standing, you know, religious organizations, what are the longest standing kind of corner stores, different, I guess, economic hotspots that have been there, but we don't really just take one person's answer at face value. I'm trying to think of like a concise way to answer the question there, but sorry, could you repeat it a little bit?
So, because there are many different organizations that are community-based, even in the very small towns, if outreach were to be done to contact one of them,
I would say just don't do one, cast a wide net, and if the answers that you are getting from the orgs are truthful, they'll reflect that, and if you're getting different answers, that might mean that you're dealing with a more diverse community than you originally anticipated. So I would actually say don't just try to pinpoint or like do one, cast a wide net there, and you know, again, more often than not, these organizations are going to be thrilled that you're reaching out to them to get information on the local community. That empowers them in a way that they might not have realized that, you know, people from the outside are looking in at them as the local authorities on what happens in their community.
Okay, any other questions from the floor? All right, well, I'd like to thank our panelists for participating today. So if everyone can please join me in a round of applause for David, Kelvin, and Nancy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim and the panel, for a great third session. So if the panelists for our fourth panel can come to the stage, we'll begin momentarily. If we can make our way back to our seats. Additionally, there is a lot of food. So if you are interested in either a second lunch or bringing a meal home, please do. All right, so our fourth panel of the day is utilizing federal funding to advance decarbonization of the multifamily sector. And our panel will be moderated by Rupa Deshmukh, who's also on the board's energy efficiency team. So folks can start making their way to their seats. We're about to begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rupa Deshmukh. I'm Senior Program Manager on the board's energy efficiency team, and I'll be moderating the panel on utilizing HEEHRA homes rebate funding in the multifamily sector. So New Jersey has around 1.3 million low-income households, and within that, about 11.4% residing in multifamily units, which we are defining as buildings where at least 50% of the households have incomes below 80% of the area median income. So this signifies a large opportunity for energy efficiency upgrades in the sector. Historically, and not just limited to New Jersey, the multifamily sector has significantly been underrepresented in the energy efficiency program accomplishments. It can be a challenge for energy efficiency programs to serve low-income and multifamily households, and in general, current New Jersey programs don't really focus on serving multifamily buildings. Multifamily residents in low-income neighborhoods are often more difficult to reach due to potential challenges they face in getting energy efficiency upgrades, such as inability to get landlord sign-off due to potential lack of incentives or the lack of access to common spaces where installations may be needed. So to address this, the Department of Energy is requiring that states allow a percentage of their HEEHRA homes rebates funding for each of the rebate programs so it's requiring that the states allocate a percentage of their rebates programs in line with its percentage of low-income households. So for New Jersey, that amounts to about $45 million across the two programs, and with at least 10% amounting to $11 million, focusing on multifamily buildings. So before we jump in on our discussion, I want to briefly introduce the esteemed panelists. I will invite each panelist to say a few words about themselves and their organization after I introduce them. So first, I'm going to start from the farthest. We are joined by Reverend Eric Dobson, who is the Deputy Director of Fair Share Housing, a nonprofit promoting economic development in racially diverse communities. Then we have Carasol Ronaldi, who's the founder of the Andile Policy Group. This is a policy and advocacy organization in the climate and clean energy space. Next, we have Ravi Malhotra, founder and president of ICAST, or International Center for Appropriate and Sustainable Technology, that delivers sustainable programs in the multifamily sector. And lastly, we have Tim Fagan, manager, evaluation process improvements and control at PSE&G. So if you can please say a few words about your work and your organizations.
No, thank you for having me. I got tricked by my colleagues into sitting into this seat to talk first. I wasn't expecting that. Reverend Eric Dobson, and Deputy Director of Fair Share Housing Center, also the President of the United Black Agenda, also a member of the Coalition of Religious Leaders. So I wear a lot of hats, and all of that is tied into the work we are trying to achieve, and it's really moving New Jersey from the most diverse state to a New Jersey that is an integrated state. Diversity doesn't mean integration. We are very, very segregated in this state, and a lot of that has to do with how we do housing and how we've dealt with housing. So this is a very important discussion about how do we reach, marginalized communities around this issue to help improve our environment, also improve their quality of lifestyle, as well as working with getting access for minority developers to have access to these programs. So, our mission and our goal for all these organizations that I'm a part of is to really, how do we move New Jersey from being a state that is one of the most diverse states in the nation, but also one of the most segregated states. And housing has been the tool, has been the catalyst for creating the middle class and creating wealth in this nation. Not sure why we chose housing, but that was a concerted effort to use housing to do that instead of entrepreneurship and grow through other areas. But we've chosen to use home ownership as a path and a tool towards this issue. And there's so much around housing development and housing home ownership that plays a major role in our economy. And so New Jersey is primed for making a significant move in this area. But now, I guess today we're going to talk about why that hasn't happened yet. So looking forward to having this discussion with you all.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm Carousel Rinaldi. I'm the President and CEO of the Andal Policy Group. And the Andal Policy Group is an energy and environmental strategy firm based in Washington, D.C. We work on all issues that are policy related to address the climate crisis. And one issue that we've been working on for some time now is how to address the built environment and how to decarbonize the built environment. I personally have been working on the homes rebate programs for 10 to 15 years, depending on when you count. They came originally out of the Homestar program, those of you who've been working on this for so long and remember the Homestar debates. And then the Homes Rebate Program was first introduced on the heels of that in 2012 and been reintroduced in every Congress since, until it finally passed in the IRA as Hope for Homes turned into the workforce program, the electrification rebate program, and the home energy efficiency upgrade program, the whole house program. This panel will be talking about multifamily, and I think a key thing, and the reason why I just mentioned that history, is because multifamily was not added to this legislation until 2021. And that was due to politics that we could go into, but I don't think is necessary. But it was how we got it out of the House, and I mean the House of Representatives. And that's when multifamily became a part of the bill. And it was interesting because I was on a panel at NASIO, just a month ago, and I sat next to a state energy official who wanted to focus on multifamily and said, it feels like this was an afterthought. And it's true, it was to some degree, but it's incredibly important. And one of the things that we've been talking about today is how incredibly important the multifamily space is. It has been seen as an afterthought for efficiency programs for too long, but being able to address multifamily using policy that was essentially originally designed for single family is one of the challenges that we're facing with these rebate programs. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation, and I'm really glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Ravi Malhotra with ICAST. We are a nonprofit. I'm based in Denver. I'm told I'm the guy who traveled the furthest, and I passed the 60-mile rule. If you don't know what that is, that's someone who travels more than 60 miles has got to be an expert. So I qualify as an expert right from the get-go. But in any case, we do green upgrades in multifamily, mainly affordable housing. That's all we do. That's our sandbox. We run some utility rebate programs, DSM programs as they're called, some statewide weatherization programs. And so that's our expertise. What I also want to add is, for all of you, you have now finished a conference which was all single family. So I'm sitting there from the morning till now, everything that was discussed was pretty much single family. So stand up, maybe move around, get to another seat, because you're now entering a different conference. We're going to now talk multifamily, and it's nothing like single family, so let's go.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Fagan with PSE&G. As many of you know, we're an electric and gas utility in New Jersey. Rather than talk about me, I'll probably just give you a couple points on our participation in the multifamily sector. So PS has, I think, 8 of the 10 most populous cities within our territory, and probably somewhere in the neighborhood around 70% of all the multifamily properties in the state within our service territory. We have operated what we feel is a successful multifamily energy efficiency program since 2008, 2009. We've had over 100 very large projects served in excess of $100 million. A quarter of which have gone to MFHA type customers over that time. The multifamily program is now something that each of the utilities are operating since the transition. And, we look forward to evolving the multifamily program now in our most recent filing, which everyone on the board is anxiously reading, to incorporate building decarb and demand response into that program. So with that, I'll pass it back to you.
Yep. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, so great. So with that, let me begin with the first question, really for everyone, all the panelists. So what are the main challenges in reaching multifamily residents in low-income neighborhoods? What outreach strategies have you seen to be successful in reaching multifamily communities and landlords that increase participation in energy efficiency programs? And as a second part, I'd like to ask whether these challenges are similar to what we face specifically in New Jersey.
Sure, I'll go. So I'm going to burst a lot of myths today, so this is the first one. The multifamily program is not reaching low-income households. It's a business-to-business environment where you're reaching the landlord, the multifamily owner, who pays the money to pay for any upgrades. And interestingly, you can ask the homeowner to put some money in, unlike a single-family resident, where you don't want them to, you don't want to ask them for money, you don't want them to take a loan. But for an owner, all of that is doable and adds to the leveraging of it. And in terms of reaching the multifamily owner, it's a different ballgame. If you're playing in this space like we are, that's our client base nationwide. It's not really a challenge. It's actually calling up our current client base and saying, what do you got in state of New Jersey? And lo and behold, we'll have a long list of potential properties. So it's neglected, but it's neglected due to policy. It has nothing to do with operationally why multifamily cannot be served.
I'm happy to jump in. I mean, on the rebate programs have their own challenges, which may be a separate question. But in general, to the addressing multifamily is one of the decision maker issues, and that split incentive concern as to if the building owner is going to be the one who's paying for the upgrades, but not paying for the utility bill, then they are less incentivized to do those upgrades. And even if there are efficiency programs to provide those upgrades, then the state gets concerned that that might lead to an increase in the cost of rent, because now these buildings have been upgraded, they look nicer, they can charge more rent, and so then the state is concerned about being able, an unintended consequence of a efficiency program or a decarbonization program leading to higher rents for the people that they're trying to help the most. So that we end up in this bit of a circular policy concern, and I think that is the concern that we keep trying to break through some sort of conversation with bringing in homeowners association, community action, other ways in which the rebates the program requires holding rent stable for 2 years. There's a lot of elements that get tried to build into the policy process to try and short circuit this problem. And I think the last panel talked a lot about some of those, engagement with disadvantaged communities and how to do that. But I think educating homeowners, the people in the units is one thing, but if they can't make the decision to upgrade their home and you have to convince the landlord, then we get back into that policy question and loop.
Yeah. I agree with what was said so far, and I would just add that, it depends on who the multifamily landlord is. Particularly in low and moderate income communities, you have either the larger developers who have these properties, or for the most part, if they're minority black and brown multifamily developers, they're really small developers. They may have 3-unit building. And so they're trying to stay afloat. They're trying to, they don't have time to really look at some of these programs, or feel as though that it's a lot of red tape. They just don't have time to deal with it. So, I mean, when you look at these, in these communities, they're, small mom and pop type, they got a, the house was passed down from the grandmother or something like that, and they're just trying to stay afloat and not really having time. They usually have jobs themselves, so it's just a matter of timing and really educating them about the programs. And then, for them, it's just like, I don't have the time to try to jump through government red tape when I'm trying to, I hate to keep it real, but evict one tenant, repair the mess up you guys know the story. You know how this works, right? It's hard for a young or small, mom and pop multifamily housing person. They don't have time, dealing with the tenant who they call the cops on, they have domestic abuse, the domestic violence. You know how it goes. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep it real. That's what's going on, right? So it's tough, That's all I have to say about that as far as gone.
Yep. Not much to add. I think a lot of it's been covered. I'll just add, the challenge in recovering the investment is probably even more exasperated for those property owners that have, tenants under, fixed rents where they just can't pass on some of the investments that they've made to the tenants, which they may have the ability to do in market rate housing. Probably another challenge for them specifically is, particularly in larger properties, is that the upgrades are not simple, right? So there's a level of technical expertise that's required to do this, which they typically lack. So that makes it a little bit tougher for them to think about and participate in the programs as well.
Can I bust a couple more myths?
Yep, sure.
There we go. So split incentive, that's another myth. We sign up a lot of homeowners, landlords. It's a matter of educating to them that the $20 or whatever, $30 that the tenant saves is not where the value lies, right? For the the landlord, the owner, the value lies in the increase in the value of their property. It lies in the reduction of turnovers, as the Reverend was saying. One of those turns costs maybe $5,000. What's $20 compared to $5,000? If you can save that, the value lies in increased occupancy. And once they realize that, there is no split incentive worth discussing. It'll be amazing how many windows we replace. There's no payback on a window, but these owners are smart. They can do the math themselves, and they realize there's value in these windows, in how the property looks, how it attracts tenants, not necessarily the energy savings tied to the windows. And that happens all the time. The other myth in terms of the landlord taking the benefit, if it's subsidized affordable housing, the landlord does not have the ability to basically change the rents willy-nilly. They're regulated, so they can't wake up one day and say, oh, I have a better property, I'm just going to increase the rents. So they can't do that, one. Two, there's the 30% rule in affordable housing, which means a tenant cannot pay more than 30% of their income in rent plus utility. And so it turns out that they're just going to pay that much. Right? And the landlord can't mess with that. So,
Yeah,
just
it looks
an
like the dynamics are very different when,
Yes.
when it comes to multifamily. So I guess jumping on that, how different is a low-income multifamily program as compared to a single-family program when it comes to, program design and implementation? So Ravi, can I? Whoever.
Well, I just want to follow up on your point that I think you're referring, there is a big difference between low-income multifamily and multifamily, because there's plenty of multifamily that is not low-income multifamily, doesn't qualify, and is not regulated in the way. So the split incentive, it does exist in different ways that can be combated by education and educating about the other additional benefits. So anyway, I just wanted to follow up that you made an important distinction, which I hadn't made, which is that there's low-income multifamily and regular multifamily.
For sure. And the program designs are completely different. Like I said, you've now entered a different conference. It's a completely different program. You're selling to a businessman, business owner, organization versus selling to a single-family homeowner. How you do, you've been walking throughout the day, how hard it is to make that sale to the homeowner, et cetera, all of that. With a multifamily, it's so different, right? How you account for it, to Tom's earlier point, the technology and the sophistication needed is different, especially if it's centrally heated, cooled, your boilers, chillers, different set of contractors needed, different amount of training needed. How you do the assessment, how you do the invoicing, how you do the inspections for an apartment building. You want to do it collectively as a property, not one unit at a time. Then you're basically running a single-family program for multifamily. So the whole program has to be designed completely differently, soup to nuts.
I would agree with that, although I would say even more so. I agree, while the majority of things are with the property manager, there still are opportunities with tenants too, but I would suggest in program design, as a utility, as a program administrator, what we need to do as a best practice is to have a dedicated team that's dedicated to that sector, regardless of whether it's the building owner or the tenant, regardless of whether they're master metered or have individual meters and a combination. A lot of times you'll see programs that try to distinguish programs. If it's individually metered, it has to go this way. If it's a commercial meter or master metered, it has to go that way. We need to kind of blow away that distinction and just serve everyone in that segment, whether it be the owner, property manager, or the tenants. I think another issue with program design for this type of program, which is something I mentioned before, is the need to provide technical assistance to the property manager, because the best results come probably from redesign of a lot of the HVAC, the water equipment, things like that. And that's not so easy. So they need a trusted, more than just a general contractor who just lines up the work, but someone that they can sit down with and kind of advise them on what is the best path, what are the potential savings for each path. The last thing I would probably suggest is that, and this is kind of common for many of the programs, but the one-stop shop, right, where you become the single point of contact for that project, for that owner, regardless of what the measures are being installed, whether it's envelope equipment, whether it's HVAC equipment, whether it's appliances that are in the tenant space, whether they own them, or it's appliances that are owned by the tenants, even things as simple as, lights or, low-flow aerators, or even recycling of equipment. Sometimes the refrigerators that get placed, that can all go into a recycling program, which most of the electric utilities operate. So all those things need to be done in a one-stop shop. I think that's important to program design for this sector as well.
Yeah, I would only add, particularly around, larger multifamily for lower moderate income, particularly for black developers. Even this lower mod income programs for multifamily housing developers, the profit margins are so small. You're relying on so many different programs to achieve that now. So you imagine being a multifamily housing developer for a lower moderate income and being a black developer where you don't have access to capital. So you're relying on someone else's capital to help you. So your profit margin is even smaller. And to your point, some of these developers have to hire consultants to help them with, so the technical assistance that if it's part of the program that's baked in, they don't have to go outside and hire someone to do that for them. So the challenge for particularly black developers in this space is just it's tremendous because they just don't have the resources. So every little penny adds up. And in Jersey, and I want to give Melanie from HMFA credit, just approved this first black female tax credit development in the state. So when you look at those who have the resources to have the consultants, to have people on staff, it's a lot easier for them than a black developer in this space trying to make profit margins, and when their financial backer is a 60-40 split. You do the math, it's just almost impossible to take advantage of some of these programs if they had to have outside support to do that.
I'd like to just jump in on key program design elements related to homes and HEEHRA, because coming back to the rebate programs for multifamily, one of the changes that did happen when homes, after the IRA passed and DOE issued guidance, is that they changed the number of units that defined the multifamily building. It had always been 5 units and up was multifamily, and they changed that to 2. And that is a really important change when we're looking at a program design element, because the contractors, the financing, the income verification that might be addressed for a 1 to 5 unit building is very different than a 5 unit to 100 unit building. And so it's really important when we're looking at the design elements that the states look at those 2 different buckets of multifamily so that they can address them appropriately and accordingly. One of the things the rebate program says that if it qualifies as being low income, if the 50% of the units, at least 50% of the units qualify as low income. Well, that means that if it's 2 units, that means 1 unit qualifies. So that's a big, if you have a duplex and 1 unit qualifies, then you now have you're now looking at a low income building. I think that is something that is a big change when we're looking at program design, when we're looking specifically at the homes and HEEHRA rebate programs. They also talk about, one thing when looking at, addressing multifamily is doing it per unit, which seems appropriate for the HEEHRA program, the electrification program, less appropriate for something that is whole house. So the whole house program looks more to building design. And I was actually on the train over here looking at the guidance and looking at the law and looking at the new sample and trying to see if and it seems pretty clear that DOE is looking at the building when it comes to homes, which is appropriate, but it also is very different than how they would be applying the electrification rebate. And so these are just program design elements that the states are going to be needing to look at, particularly if they're considering braiding the 2. And if they're looking to standardize the upgrade. Another key difference between those 2 rebate programs when we look at multifamily is that the electrification program can be done on new buildings. The whole house program can only be done on existing buildings. So that's another point to be looking at for multifamily. If you're a new multifamily builder, you could potentially get $8,000 per unit for a heat pump. That's a really important incentive to be thinking about, and that the state can look at to press for decarbonizing multifamily property, whereas it's a different discussion when you're looking at an existing building. So I just wanted to add those design elements when we're thinking about these rebate programs.
I'll throw in one more thing. So the one-stop shop piece is, the DOE, ACEEE, and others all recommend that. So that's pretty much given standard that you want to do. But to Kara's point earlier, and my bad, right, I've been hearing low income all day long, so I've just gone into low income multifamily, affordable housing. But it's also important to realize that even multifamily market rate versus affordable housing are two different worlds. And the lingo you have to speak if you're going to serve affordable housing multifamily is different. You need to understand the customer's lingo, right? Low-income housing tax credits, they're talking like the regulations tied to that, or if it's a HUD Section 202, right? If it's public housing, what you cannot do, how you do it is all different. And as an implementer, if you don't understand, you're not even talking the same language.
Yeah, actually this segues very well into my second question, and that is, or third rather, that is given that, DOE's objective is to target multifamily, low-income, multifamily buildings with 50% or more LMI residents. What type of buildings, I know Ravi, you said affordable housing, and now the DOE has said, has reduced the number of units to 2+. So what type of multifamily buildings can we cover or can we include in this, in these programs, other than affordable housing? I mean, are there other types?
Well, you can cover all multifamilies, turns out, right? 2 units and up, so duplex, triplex, fourplex, and then the standard 5 units and higher up to high rises.
But with that consideration that the 50%, so half of the units at least.
Sure, that's just the income qualification piece for all of them, that more than 50% of the residents have to income qualify. But the point on that becomes, right, that you want, especially the way at least we work, is you want to go in and do the entire property, right? Trying to get one tenant to change, right, from their gas boiler to a heat pump, the owner's going to have a fit because they have to maintain this. So even if the tenant is agreeable, why would the owner agree to have this whole dispersed thing where every tenant will have something else going on, right? You got to do it all in one shot. So you qualify the entire property and basically take care of it all at once. And that's how you scale. If you're going to do it one tenant at a time, you're basically running a single family program. Just happens to be in a multifamily property.
No, I do think that when looking at the benefit to the multifamily approach is the ability to scale it quickly because you're looking at identical units for in a large part, or closely identical, at least in terms of the what the building materials were built and the type of insulation and the type of windows. So you have a real opportunity to address these buildings. I mean, I think it's for new multifamily, it is particularly interesting for any new builders of multifamily. If you have existing and you're doing a big retrofit, there's a real opportunity to look at envelope, and a real opportunity to look at for the whole house element, a real opportunity to invest heavily in heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. So, I mean, I think that there's a real decarbonization opportunity to do on mass scale. There are some caps in homes related to multifamily modeled, but not related to the electrification program. So there's a real opportunity to walk away with a lot of the money towards the multifamily approach.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if I understand your question correctly, I mean, right, so beyond just regular public housing, I think there's plenty of opportunities, right? Let's remember, so almost 41% of New Jersey's customers generally are 80% AMI or lower, right? So that's a pretty big population. Beyond the public housing, we have properties at the HMFA. There's a lot of senior housing, which would probably qualify based on the AMI income levels and things like that. So I think there are, we don't lack opportunity to go after other buildings just beyond the standard kind of public housing ones. So I think there's,
yeah, that's helpful.
We
That's
could
another-
probably use a lot more money than what we have, or that we're getting for, given the breadth of customers who are 80% and lower of AMI.
By the way, that's another myth. We associate low-income or multifamily affordable housing to public housing. Turns out public housing is 500,000 units nationwide and fast dwindling through the RAD program. And so it's a fraction of the total, like the big dog, if you will, is low-income housing tax credits where affordable housing gets built. Public housing is really insignificant in terms of where affordable housing stays, and the vast majority is what's called naturally occurring affordable housing. But everybody seemed to associate public housing, that's low-income housing, if you will, maybe Section 8, which is a small program. The world is much, much larger than.
And the HEEHRA rebates go up to 150% of area median income. So a great majority of Americans do qualify for the HEEHRA rebates. So I think that's something that those multifamily building owners and tenants who are in multifamily buildings who fall in the 80 to 150% really should be thinking about how do we take advantage of these new incentives before they're gone, because there are not enough incentives. This is not enough money to address everybody who qualifies. It's, the entire program is $8.8 billion of incentives, 20% goes to administrative costs, after the 3% goes to DOE, and then what's left is distributed to the states by formula and split into two programs, with HEEHRA putting a chunk for, to really address tribal communities, which is a whole other big challenge in communities that don't tend to get access to efficiency programs. So when you really narrow down to then the 10% for multifamily, it's actually, like you said, not as huge, it's not enough money to address all of the opportunity that's there. So I think this is a real chance for the multifamily building community who's looking at decarbonization to think about piloting a program design that would really work, but think of it as a pilot. Think of it as something that's going to work. How do we income qualify? How do we make this work? How do we address these goals and pilot that? Because we're going to need more money to actually achieve the decarbonization goals that are out there.
Yep, thanks. That's helpful. So how can the program be designed to ensure that projects under these electrification and efficiency rebates meet the relevant energy savings thresholds? Maybe a question for Kara. Your favorite topic.
I'll keep talking about this forever. People who have heard me talk about this know that I can talk about it for 10 minutes. I can talk about it for 10 years. So how to meet the income threshold is going to be, this is going to be challenging for multifamily when we're looking at the homes program, which I think is the question. And I know the DOE in the last iteration renamed it HEEHRA, but I'm going to keep calling it homes, and most people still do. First of all, there needs to be the income qualification, but then you need to be able to establish a baseline. So again, we're really looking at a whole house and establishing a baseline. And the biggest challenge there is going to be establishing a baseline, getting access to that utility data of all of the owners in the building, which is, again, a much different challenge for 1 to 5 units than it is if you have 100 units in a building. So getting access to the utility data by the building owner so that they can make that 20% energy savings or for a modeled approach, or at least a 15% via an aggregation. So I think that is a key piece. The guidelines, the DOE guidelines on multifamily, because the bill, as I noted earlier, was more specific on single family and more directed single family in its policy, ended up making, so the DOE language is far more general than it is on single family. It's very specific on single family, much more general when it comes to multifamily. So, which is an opportunity for states and for multifamily implementers and experts in this room to think about how's it going to work best, and then bring that forward to DOE, because I think that really was the ask from the DOE guidelines. But in the law, it says to establish the baseline for qualifying that energy savings using BPI 2400. That is actually not a really necessarily suitable for multifamily. And as a result, you know, the recent sample mentions an ASHRAE 2.0, and I actually don't know enough about it, and I actually am looking at like Ben and others in this room that I'm going to follow up to see, does that make sense? But I think we do need to figure out what is the best way for multifamily building owners to establish a baseline, utilizing and calibrating that energy data appropriately so that they can model the 20% going forward or the 15% for the measured approach. So I think that's the big, I didn't answer the question, I only told you what the big challenge is, but I'm sure that there probably is somebody in this room who knows the answer.
Well, I'll give it a shot. So, you know, if you look at a typical home, whether it's multifamily, it's 60% or whatever, so somewhere in that range is spent on heating and cooling. That's just typical, right? Another 15% on hot water. And so if you're trying to achieve 20%, I'm just going to go with modeled, because I don't even want to get into measured for multifamily. You can get there if you're basically hitting, right, the heating and cooling aspects, et cetera, right? Across our portfolio, we're at 25%, so you can model it and get to those saving targets. That's not an issue, and the technical issues in terms of EPI 24, et cetera, technical issues can be resolved very quickly. The people issues are a little harder to resolve. So we can get to those savings, be able to do the work and model the whole building, et cetera. As Kara pointed out, getting the benchmarking data from the utilities, whole different animal, especially from the smaller utilities. If you look at EPA's chart on where utilities are able to provide that, it's kind of West Coast, East Coast, the rest of the country is dark, right? And the smaller non-IOUs, good luck trying to get that. And so trying to benchmark that is going to be tough. And HUD with their GRRP came up with an MBEST, a different approach to try and circumvent that. And unfortunately, the DOE rebate program did not do that, but they're going to have to do something. Otherwise, interestingly, it's going to be kind of a Justice 40 issue that the rural and smaller communities are not going to get served without that benchmark data, which you need whether you model it or measure it.
It's required in the law.
Yeah, so Rupa, I would kind of suggest the question be framed a little bit differently, because I would say we shouldn't design the program specifically to hit the home's targets. We should design the program to take advantage of all the measures that are available that contribute to the home's program, and let the customer know if they are able to meet those thresholds, that those additional incentives are available to them. But I would probably argue that in the instance where they don't, we still want to serve them. We don't want to send them to another program or something like that. So, you know, we still want this to be a one-stop shop for the customer. Some customers will be able to get to the threshold, some won't. So, but either way, they have savings that are available to them, and we should do our best to serve them. I think otherwise we'll kind of create a negative customer experience if we take them down a path and then suddenly move them off to something else. I mean, I think the one big question on the threshold is whether we go measured or modeled. I know that was talked about a little bit in a different panel, so we won't get into it here. But so I think this is part of the reason why integrating these programs with the existing utility programs are important, because our programs are designed to just serve the customer whether or not they're achieving, 5% savings on a project, 10%, 15, or 20. So having those added incentives available through our program to help get them there, right? Certainly those incentives will, in of themselves, encourage the customers to kind of think more deeply about what savings they can achieve and work with us to achieve those if they think that passing that threshold gets them access to additional money that helps lower the cost to them even more. But we don't want to turn them away if they don't.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and I think so. Yeah, we've been saying that it's not a whole lot of money. I mean, as we said, for example, for the efficiency rebates is 5.5 million across, 10 years, that's the duration of this program. But are current incentive levels adequate for covering efficiency upgrades in multifamily buildings? And considering the scale of the projects, and with not a whole lot of money coming through HEEHRA, how can we justify higher spending levels, and where and how could we tap into for additional sources of funding?
I was going to answer the question, the last question, not so much redesign the program, but I mean, we have these conversations about housing in general, whether it's low-income housing or tax credits or Section 8. Like we have these conversations from a scarcity mindset, and we don't have them from a space where we can spend as much money on this issue as we want to, but we just don't. We don't choose to do so. And if you want these programs to work, put the money into the programs, and if you want low, moderate income folks to take advantage of the program, give it to them. Just don't have them jump through red tape to apply for something. Just automatically give it to them. Like bake it into their utility bills. Don't have them apply or fill out an application, because half of them don't have time to do it or don't know how to do it, don't know what it is, don't trust government programs. That's the other aspect of this. Like, marginalized communities are skeptical of government programs. I wonder why. So, I mean, the reality of this is, like, give it away. We have the resources, we have the money, we just choose not to do it. If you look at what we spend on housing in this country versus what we spend on the military, like, the president just asked for what, $100-something billion for war? Like we could solve this issue of decarbonization and home ownership and low and moderate income. We can solve it if we wanted to. We just choose not to. That's just my 2 cents.
I remember when this rebate was being debated, and I was asked by a reporter, how can you justify asking to spend this much money on decarbonization? And I said, how can we justify not doing it? And so, I mean, I think that's to your point of, it's about priorities in this country and about what we want, where we're going to spend money. And I hope state energy offices aren't looking at their funds as, this is how much money we have to spend over 10 years. I hope state energy offices are looking at, this is the down payment on what we're trying to do. Because the advocates are going to keep asking for the funds that are needed to decarbonize America's buildings. And that's going to continue, and people are going to keep asking for the funds until we decarbonize America's buildings. So I do hope that state energy offices are looking at it from the standpoint of, how do we get there? What's the right way to go? Let's do a pilot with this money, and then let's ask for more money for what works, because we need to get more money for what works. And this was an idea. Homes was an idea. The measured approach, people go, well, how do you do the measured approach? Well, it's an idea. It's a way, because everybody's been complaining about realization rates for years. And this is a chance to actually get real, pay money for actual energy savings, actually pay for the negawatts that we all have always dreamed of. So this is a chance to see how we make it work, and we need to figure out how it works for New Jersey, because how it works in New Jersey is not how it works in Kansas and not how it works in Arizona. So that's, I think that's what you're getting at, and I think that's a really key point.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll throw in another thought. I don't see this money lasting 10 years. This is not going to happen, right? So let's take electrification and new construction. I'm telling my clients, you must be crazy if you're not going to do an all-electric, high-performance building, because an all-electric building is cheaper to do than business as usual, gas electric. So they're saving money from the get-go. This money now gets dumped onto it. Most developers are seeing this as an opportunity to bridge their gap, right? Everybody's facing high construction costs. The costs have gone up. They have a gap. And this money is now helping fill those gaps. So this money is going to get sucked up.
Yeah. No, this has been a great discussion, and thank you to the panelists for that. But I want to leave some time for questions from the audience. So if anybody has any questions, please come up to the microphones up front. Yeah. Please state your name and organization affiliation. Thank you.
Ben Adams, McGrath & Associates. Great panel. Really appreciate all the really good points. I do want to just start by saying I think New Jersey has a very robust history of great programs for multifamily, both new construction for the last, how long have I been doing this? 30 years. And more recently for existing buildings. I think the challenge here is how do we leverage these dollars to increase the reach and increase the depth, the comprehensiveness, and do really good work for these buildings. My question very specifically to the IRA funding is, how can it be applied to infrastructure upgrades? Because when you're electrifying in a multifamily building, you're often looking at having to increase the electrical infrastructure both at the unit level and for the whole building. And this is not like just a panel upgrade in a single family home. This can be very expensive and very extensive, and there are zero energy savings per se associated with the infrastructure upgrade. So I have a couple of questions, but I'll start with that one. And does it help at all? Does the IRA funding help with this at all?
Let me jump in. Well, it is, so HEEHRA is per unit. So if you had 100 units, you could add those thousands of dollars together. So you could potentially get, you know, if you got $6,000 in electrification upgrade a unit and it's 100 units, you know, you have $600,000. So I mean, I think you can really do some significant upgrades based on electrification per unit. For the panel upgrades, but you would have to send that through DOE. I mean, I would ask the State Energy Office to ask DOE specifically how you can combine, but stacking between units, it does seem to be clear for the IRA. In an earlier panel, I think David noted the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund and how that's going to be used for financing and leveraging decarbonization. I think these types of upgrades is something that could be on Green Bank's agendas. Also, we should be looking at CPACE and other types of financing that really does look to, which is appropriate for multifamily above 5 units, and being able to finance and leverage the IRA with the CPACE to create a good capital stack for that kind of an upgrade. So I do think that there are those. There is also the IRA, the IIJA has the revolving loan fund, and that is looking at more small commercial, but I know that there's all sorts of talk within as to how that could be used for multifamily. So I think that there's creative opportunities for infrastructure improvements with multifamily, and I really do think that being able to do something really targeted and create some good pilots in New Jersey would be a great thing for you to be doing, Ben.
I think there's also additional funding beyond the ones Kara mentioned in terms of financing, the HUD GRRP specifically for multifamily affordable housing. There's 2 other EPA programs that the state can apply for or community-based organizations can apply for. There's money for those. BIL has the weatherization program, which got funding again for, and so multifamily affordable housing can be used for that. And so it's the ability to stack and leverage all of these resources where you're allowed to and where you're not allowed to, and understanding like where you can mix and match to be able to do it. But at the end of the day, there's never been a better time than now for the next few years to be able to do that. And as I said earlier, if you're a new construction, this is just icing on the cake. That 600,000 that Kara just mentioned is like a freebie for them.
I'll just add, because, you know, I'm coming from a whole different spectrum. We're never going to achieve decarbonization if we don't get, you know, black and brown developers, again, most of who are small, into this space. Like, highly sophisticated developers understand these, acronyms. Half the acronyms they just said, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. So I know some of my black and brown developers like, what the hell is that, right? So, we can talk about large-scale developments, but a lot of this carbon emissions come from these smaller places in our urban regions that just don't have the knowledge about this stuff. And again, like I talked to one of a developer who's a pretty well sophisticated developer, but she has to hire a consultant to try to explain all this stuff, and the profit margins is just not there. So, I would say we have to really engage in some of these smaller multifamily developers who are black and brown multifamily developers.
Any more questions?
Can I ask you a question, though? So based on what you just said, do you think, and I asked the other panel about disadvantaged communities per unit, I wonder if there was a way of utilizing some of those funds for direct support to these communities that you're referring to that need additional attention and additional education. I mean, is that what you would recommend the state energy offices develop something specific to the black and brown communities?
Absolutely. I mean, everything has to be targeted, and I like, the one-stop shop is a great place to start, but really incentivize some of our urban regions. Listen, here are some of the programs, and you have to do the proper outreach to get to them, because again, like, half of them don't have the time. They work full-time jobs, and they may own 2 buildings that are 3 units. They just don't have the time and the resources or the ability to do that. But again, a lot of these units, and I think about some of the neighborhoods, they have a triplex, and they're using, the dirty emissions that we all, so we need to help them get to this space by providing the resources, providing the technical assistance, and a one-stop shop, I think, is a great idea. But making sure that one-stop shop, they have access to that, and so they can be educated around this issue.
Real quick, the cost shift issue. So when we're electrifying old central system buildings, and if there's an opportunity or the ideal solution is to go to in-unit systems, now the cost is shifting from the landlord to the resident. And this is an issue that we're very cognizant of as implementers and have very little control over. How do we make sure that the cost doesn't just get shifted to the tenant so they're effectively paying twice?
So I think, as I mentioned earlier, right, if it's subsidized affordable, it's the rent plus utility cost. And so if the cost shifts right from the gas to electric, and the cost shifts to the tenant, it gets adjusted in terms of an increase in their utility allowance and a decrease in the rent, so that the tenant ends up at the same level. That's just how the subsidized affordable housing world works. And there's no reason not to be able to do that, right, if it's not subsidized, if it's naturally occurring following the same principle.
Maybe there's a best practice that needs to be developed that could be shared with the state energy offices.
Yeah. So Ben, I'll just say, I think about that too, particularly if we're looking to, decarbonize, and in doing so, providing tenants with a service that they don't have right now, which is air conditioning, right? And so no one's paying that bill because there is no bill, but now through the magic of heat pumps, you get both on the same piece of equipment, yet there is an increased cost with that from a baseline of 0. So I do think that's a challenge we're going to have to face in a lot of these properties, and how we do that in a way for those who are least able to afford it. How can they get that benefit without, right, overwhelming them on the cost side? I agree with you. It's an issue.
I think we have time for one more question.
Eon Simonides with Bright Power. Thank you again for the panel. I wanted to just note that it was my understanding that the 10% minimum required allocation for low-income multifamily is just a minimum, and that it could be increased if the BPU wanted to do so. So that is something to think about, I think. And then more of a technical question. For the second tier of the modeled homes, would multifamily gut rehab projects be eligible for those incentives? Because I can't see a multifamily building getting to 35% savings without doing a real, gut rehab type project. So I was just curious if those types of projects would be eligible.
So first, totally confirming your 10%. In fact, I know that some states, I believe DC has even said that they are considering doing all of their homes as 100% multifamily. So I think some states are considering different levels of percentage for multifamily. And on the gut rehab, my understanding is that it does qualify for homes, a gut rehab. So I think a key element is going to be how many walls stay up and things like that, and that would be up to some determinations by the state energy offices and DOE. But I believe a gut rehab that gets you to a 35%. If you're starting with an established baseline and you haven't increased the floor space, then it's generally considered a rehab that would qualify. But that would be something that if there's going to be a lot of those, it should definitely go to DOE for confirmation.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about some buildings that have not been in use for potentially over a year or something like that are being rehabbed. It'll be tough to get that necessary baseline from which to measure the savings. But thanks.
There are exceptions for establishing the baseline, and so that would be that would have to be determined, and they can do that using, they use res stock data and other data to kind of come up with what a baseline could be. The data is required unless there is a change of ownership or there's another reason why you don't have a year's worth of previous data. So that's where you fall into these additional exceptions, and so there is a list of exceptions that include audits and other. There's more hoops. But if you're about to do a gut retrofit on a building, you're probably jumping through a whole lot of hoops anyway. So, and if you're not increasing the floor space, you're just doing a gut retrofit to put in insulation and new windows and the whole kit and caboodle, then that would, in my mind, work for homes. But yes, I think it's a type of example that should be provided to DOE.
Thank you.
Great.
Again, making sure that minority developers are aware of that, because a lot of that is going on in our urban communities with all the changing dynamics of the urban regions. If you guys haven't been paying attention, I don't know if you guys been to DC lately. DC used to be called Chocolate City. It's now called Latte City, if you know what I mean.
Great. I think we're a few minutes over time. I want to really thank all the panelists for your time and expertise on this important topic. So thank you very much for joining us today.
I want to give a big thank you to our panelists for our fourth panel. We now have a quick 15-minute break built into our schedule. Networking is important, and so we're hoping that folks walk around, meet each other, maybe grab a second lunch, and we'll come back here in a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Our fifth and final panel of the day is focused on building and supporting the energy efficiency workforce, led by Catherine Klinger, Executive Director of the Governor's Office of Climate Action and the Green Economy. Kate, take it away.
Hi, everyone. On here, yeah. Very excited to be joining you again today. And thank you for hanging in to the last panel. We promise this is going to be worth it. This is a very important discussion, and I'm so thrilled to be joined by this fantastic group of expert panelists in our conversation today. I'm going to introduce these folks in just a moment, but before I do, I wanted to kind of frame this conversation just a little bit by sharing some information with you, really on some of the ongoing work and thinking that the state is doing on how to best build and support our residential energy efficiency and home decarb workforce. So about a year ago, the Governor's Council on the Green Economy released a Green Jobs report, and part of the goal of that report was really to look at where are the areas of projected job growth in the green economy. Where do we expect to see those jobs? And kind of what do we need to do in order to enable the opportunity that comes along with that job growth to accrue to as many New Jerseyans as possible. And without question, across all of the sectors of the green economy, the largest potential for growth between now and 2030 is in the building energy efficiency space and building decarb space. So between now and 2030, we expect to see 20,000 new jobs come into the economy in New Jersey simply as a result of doing the retrofits that we know we need to do on our current building stock. That doesn't include other jobs, upstream jobs, new construction jobs, any of that. So it's a tremendous opportunity, huge potential for growth, and really a really important opportunity to ensure that those jobs that we're adding aren't just jobs, but that they are sustainable careers that offer people the opportunity to come in at entry level, to move up the career ladder, to continue to upskill and add new technical certifications and skills to their resume, that those jobs track back to and map back to our very important organized labor workforce, opening up opportunities for those folks to get involved in the building decarb and building energy efficiency space, and that we're doing, frankly, a better job improving on our track record of increasing the inclusivity and diversity of our green buildings workforce. So we're really very excited to be thinking about that. And along with all of that thought, we are also seeing an increase in investments in building and supporting our green workforce. So most recently, the U.S. Department of Energy provided a grant to the BPU through the Home Energy Efficiency Contractor Training Grants Program. That grant of about $3.5 million will be stacked with investments from our Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative auction proceeds, which will also support building the workforce in the building decarb sector, as well as doing some upgrades and energy efficiency work in low to moderate income housing. And of course, all of that is stacked on top of the considerable work and training programs and grant opportunities that are available through the Department of Labor that my colleague Jim Manning is going to talk about in just a moment. So really, it is a very important and exciting time to be thinking about our buildings workforce in New Jersey. And I'm very excited again to be having this discussion here with you today, to be talking to these experts in this space about how best to do this. So we're going to have a few questions from me for the panel, and then of course we'll open it up to the audience. So start thinking about the questions that you would like to ask these fantastic folks. So here with me today, we have Christina Farrell. I'll go in no specific order here. We have Christina Farrell, who's the Vice President of Government Relations for the New Jersey Utilities Association. John Kolesnik, who's the Policy Counsel for the Energy Efficiency Alliance of New Jersey. We have Andre Thomas, Training Manager for ISLES, which is a fantastic community-based organization right here in Trenton that's doing housing work and workforce development across the state. And we have my colleague that I mentioned before, Jim Manning, who's the Assistant Director of the Division of Apprenticeships and Work-Based Learning in the New Jersey Department of Labor and Workforce Development. So really pleased to have each of you. Thank you all for joining us today. So I'll kick it off, and maybe first I'll kick it over to John, and then maybe Andre and Jim, you could sound off on this one as well.
Sure.
I'm wondering what you all see as sort of some of the primary barriers and challenges to growing the building energy efficiency, the home energy efficiency and building decarb workforce in New Jersey.
Great. Thank you, Kate. Yeah, so one of the largest barriers that we're facing in the energy efficiency space is that the workforce that is currently out there is aging out. And for the better part of 30 years, there haven't been folks kind of circulating into this field. So really, a huge barrier is the gap between kind of the experts who will be on the verge of retirement in the next couple years and our what is now the trades and the tech schools that are currently putting folks into the workforce. However, they're going to be kind of running the show pretty much freshly out of school. So having the ability to train these folks or train the new class of folks is also going to be a pretty significant challenge. So really looking towards engagement in career technical institutes, for tech schools, utilizing local community advocates and trusted community partners to really push forth the need for the trades, showing the benefits of these jobs, showing that they are good paying, family sustaining jobs that can grow a career, are definitely what is needed. Trying to get to that point is the real challenge right now, and we are already at a deficit prior to all the federal funding coming out. So this is just kind of exacerbating that already existing challenge that we were currently facing before 2 years ago.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Andre, you want to?
Yeah, sure. So ILS, we do work where we address the health of the home and also the efficiency of the home. And we come across a lot of folks. First, we do have things in place to help incumbent workers, those that are already in the field that need additional training. We have things for those folks. We also have unemployed, underemployed folks looking to get in this pathway. And to reach those that are underserved, we have to meet them where they are. And not only access to technical skills, but they also need life skills and personal supports to be successful. Things like transportation, supporting their future financial success by helping them clean up debts and making a budget and goal for even purchasing a vehicle to get to those jobs, and even introducing them to first-time home ownership. These are the things we feel these supports will help them even more successful once they get a job. But we have training in place to help with the soft skills, and also supports that if they get a job, they'll also establish financial goals and other things of those matter. So not only we're approaching the house holistically, we believe in approaching the people holistically by building them up so they can be successful in this growing green economy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Andre. Jim?
So, like my colleagues mentioned, so at New Jersey Department of Labor, I think holistically we're looking at a few different ways we can look at serving individuals, right? So it's either serving individuals on a one-on-one basis through our one-stop career centers, or through employers and community partners such as ILS, or community-based organizations where they are training individuals for preparation for employment. Specifically in my area, we do have different grant funding that's available. In the background table, I do have some flyers in the back. Anybody's free to grab those flyers. Feel free to contact me. So we have grant funding that will help employers through hiring, either through our registered apprenticeship programs, or even through other funding called NJ Build, where you're going to hire women minorities in the construction trades. We have funding for that as well. I won't go too deep into that right now, but we do have services also for our employer engagement unit to help employers either source candidates for open positions, so that could be unemployed, underemployed individuals that may be interested in employment in specific occupations or industries, and also helping employers connect to other grant funding and other incentives that we do have through the department as well. I'll stop there, and I think later on I can talk more about that.
Sounds great. So much going on at DOL, Jim. You have to give it to us in small doses. No, that's fantastic. So Christina, turning it over to you, as we think about making the assumption that there are going to be gaps in the workforce and that we're going to need to add additional workers sort of to the mix in order to really meet the opportunity, right, of all of this additional federal funding, like John said, to do this work. What is your sense of kind of like, what are the jobs that are needed? Where are the jobs? How do we do a good job of matchmaking, as Andre was saying and Jim was saying, the residents who are maybe looking to enter into the energy efficiency field or upskill within that field to those opportunities?
Thoughtful question. Thanks, Kate. So in terms of the jobs needed, we have to look at the types of roles that will be necessary to implement these programs, right? So that's going to include positions like HVAC, weatherization. You know, you heard earlier today, one of the panelists on an earlier one had spoken about the importance of making sure building science principles are followed. We want to make sure the upgrades from these programs meet those critical principles for a healthy, safe, and efficient home. So as far as, you know, who specifically we should be targeting, you know, it's important that we look at training New Jersey resident populations with an eye on overburden and low-income communities to help develop training. We want to make sure we're providing solid wage opportunities. A diverse workforce provides all of us with an opportunity to meet customers where they are, as Andre had shared a little bit before. And that helps us, you know, by addressing, for example, language and communication barriers. I know that was a topic that came up on an earlier panel as well. We also need to maintain a geographic lens when we're looking at this, if we're hoping to have customers across the state participate. So we want to make sure that we have trained installers and contractors available in all counties so that we're creating a system where the trained staff doesn't necessarily need to drive long distances to get to a customer who would qualify. And then in addition to focusing on under-resourced communities, the utilities also work regularly with both community colleges and tech schools. And for us, trade schools and even the work that the utilities put in with high schools offer a really valuable pipeline. And then, of course, in addition to trade schools and community colleges, building performance institute certification providers such as IELTS, which, as we mentioned, is located right here in Trenton, and other community-based organizations who can assist in weatherization training. You know, they also provide value. They are also valuable partners for the utilities to build that workforce pipeline. So, of course, all of these approaches will help us in preparing and having a highly trained workforce.
Yeah, absolutely, fantastic. Jim, I wonder if you have some perspective there as well.
Well, I was going to add to that is within our Department of Labor, we have our sector strategies division. So their whole goal is to work with industry. So it'd be multiple employers, multiple stakeholders within specific industries to find out what the needs of those industries are. Because I think as this energy efficiency rolls out, we're going to see, I think some jobs might be like an overlay of existing jobs, and some jobs will be brand new jobs. So depending on what that need is by the individual employers, but more importantly by that industry, then Department of Labor will know how to kind of jump in and address that industry. So I do encourage any contractors or any stakeholders that are involved in the energy efficiency rollout to please engage Department of Labor, engage within our sector strategy units, and really offer your input on what you do need as an industry, because that will help drive what programs we do fund and how we roll out those programs to support those businesses and employers.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks, Jim. Andre, I'm going to maybe turn this one over to you. So in your view, and I think this is true because you and I have had this conversation a time or two before, but how core of an issue do you think that attracting and retaining talent is to this whole endeavor? You know, whether that be sort of getting folks all the way through a training program or getting them, you know, to make that leap from training to placement in a job, you know, long-term sustainability within that job and the ability to move up. Can you speak a little bit to sort of your perspective on that?
So part of it is, one, engaging the individual, as my colleagues here has mentioned, engaging the individual, really giving those supports so that they can get the soft skills, they can get the technical skills, but also engaging local contractors. We have an RFQ we're putting out for HVAC guys to do the HVAC installs and also the weatherization, the shell work. But having those relationships secure and supporting the employers to help create the pipeline by providing opportunities is not only preparing the workforce, but also helping the employers so they're able to hire these workers and put them to work. So having work for them would also create that pipeline and will take care of getting the individuals ready. And I think when getting those individuals ready, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to give them the necessary supports, transportation, helping them with their finances so they can get some financial stability. I think that will make them attractive to employers, right? And I think the core issue is really supporting the employers, but also supporting the employees at the same time, supporting both sides so that they can, together, I think, we can have good work and also good workers at the same time. I think it's important to address both sides.
Yeah, that's really interesting, really meeting both the employers and the employees where they are. That's,
Absolutely.
yeah, I think that's such a great insight. John, did you have something?
Yeah, can I jump in there?
Yeah.
So to Andre's point, focusing beyond the job and focusing on the people that are doing the job is really critical. There's wraparound services, childcare, elder care, transportation. They're all necessary to make sure that this workforce is actually eligible and capable of doing these things. One of the kind of flexibility pieces around, or rather, one of the employers that we've been speaking with, and has kind of heard it from a few folks now, is the flexibility component, allowing for later start times for childcare drop-off. Gives a benefit to the employee, but an unexpected benefit to the business was allowing those workers to work later into the night to allow for more house calls after hours. So if folks aren't able to do an energy efficiency one-day project, during business hours without taking a day off, someone that can come out after 6 o'clock because of their flexible hours has been an added benefit, to the business there. So allowing for kind of creative solutions to these problems to really ensure that the wraparound services are really comprehensive and, again, meeting folks where they are, meeting what their needs are, because, quite frankly, the trade schools, I've heard this from folks in Pennsylvania, have 100% placement right now.
Oh, wow.
So we're maxing out where these people are getting trained already. So we need to look beyond what the normal boundaries were. So moving into that direction.
Oh, wow, that's really interesting. So in your view, it's not that the pipeline is not robust enough, it's that actually once folks get out into the working space, there's not enough flexibility sometimes for people to remain in
that's
the...
a barrier
Yeah.
to prevent folks from getting into the space to begin with.
Yeah.
And can I add something also?
Yeah.
Also, just talking to the employers, like weatherization contractors, I always try to keep an open dialogue with them to find out what are some of their challenges. This is how I found out what they're looking for. And some of the things that come up is like, guys don't want to come to work on time and things of that nature, or the work is hard. Like weatherization, you're in the attics. It's tough work. And so you really want to make sure that the employee, the folks that are looking for these jobs, they understand what those jobs entail and are prepared for those jobs. So I think having those conversations and kind of beginning with the end in mind is important. I have a network of local contractors that are willing to put folks to work. But I was just talking to Jim earlier that we're also interested in creating a pipeline to the unions. An individual that works for a local contractor, one of their goals is to get a union job. We want to support those efforts so that if he gets a union job, then he's set for life. So we want to create those various pathways, but support them where they are, work with local contractors who are willing to give these guys opportunities, give them supports, but also have goals for those individuals beyond just working for local contractors into some of the unions as well. So I just think working with all the players in the game is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Christina, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, sure. I think it's important you're hearing a lot of similar messaging, and you're going to hear that from us as well. So I think your initial question was, is it a core issue attracting and retaining talent? So obviously the short answer, as you just heard from my fellow panelists, the answer is yes, it is critical. Attracting talent that can pass the prereqs, that can be a challenge at times. It's also important that we offer opportunities where you're giving newer recruits in the pipeline an opportunity to work side by side with the veteran crews. Mm-hmm. That hands-on learning, that's something that can't be understated. So that by the time they're on the job, they know what to expect from that role. They've developed the skills they need to be effective in that role. And then just to be more specific, participation in trades like HVAC, that's been an issue with the age of obviously the existing knowledgeable workforce steadily increasing over time. Weatherization work, we know that can be difficult, right? There's some challenges there. You're often in crawl spaces and attics where weather is extreme and access can make the work harder. So those are just some of the challenges. And then to the second part of your question, as far as retaining talent. So we have to make sure that the programs go beyond just the technical training for their current role. You want to make sure that you're helping them create a vision for a career in the industry. So the US DOE, they have a great tool called the Green Buildings Career Map, and that can help candidates understand the requirements for jobs. That also shows the potential salary ranges, the skills needed, and more information about each type of job. And it also shows, a range of career progressions from that job, which could help them see what other opportunities and growth there is for them. And then just building off of, a lot of the discussions that we've had today, building off of the equity theme. It's about developing a workforce that can deliver these programs in their own communities. It's twofold, really, right? You're helping the community with employment and also from the energy efficiency perspective.
Yeah, excellent.
And if I can add a few more words too, so there's a couple of things I think with retention is one, the New Jersey Department of Labor is very supportive of registered apprenticeship. It's a work-based training model that we encourage employers to adopt. It's U.S. Department of Labor approved, and it's industry developed. So across the country, there's registered apprenticeship programs. And you think about the building trades with the unions, they're all registered apprenticeship programs. So we are expanding into other industries, but it's a great tool for employers to use because employees feel the value that they have as an employee by the investment that the employer is making. So there's a longer term of employment and retention of that employee. The employee sees there's a combination of not only on-the-job training, but also classroom training that's required by U.S. Department of Labor to achieve that. And as we talk about supportive services, sometimes, even at Department of Labor, over the past 5 years, we always we deal with training and employment, right? So supportive services wasn't really written into a lot of our grant opportunities, where over the past 5 years, and now it's very strong, where it's an allowable cost where an employer or a applicant can include within their budget supportive services. So if you're a contractor or an employer, you need to think about your workforce. You need to think about upskilling those individuals. You need to think about supportive services. And maybe you can't provide housing services as an employer, but knowing where to refer that employee to, those community-based organizations that can really support, makes a better employee and it helps that retention down the road. So supportive services, and again, with registered apprenticeship in the state of New Jersey over the past 5 years under Governor Murphy, we doubled the number of programs from 600 programs to over 1,250 right now. We 30% increase the number of apprentices from 6,000 to almost 9,000 right now. So we made a lot of progress with registered apprenticeship. So I do encourage contractors, employers to really look at that model. We at New Jersey Department of Labor can help you through that process for ultimate approval through U.S. Department of Labor, and that really helps out with the retention piece of that as well.
Yeah, I think that's huge. I think, one of the sort of notable things in terms of this panel and the makeup of this panel that folks may have noticed is that we actually don't have an organized labor representative up on the stage today for this discussion, and that is not because we don't think that pipeline into the trades is not a critically important piece of this puzzle. It's really because these specific rebates and energy efficiency resources are focused really on the residential space, and so we as a state are still really thinking about what is the kind of natural fit between the way that labor typically approaches this kind of work and work in the residential space, and kind of how do we develop and build those pipelines. So I think this is all really very important. Andre, did you have something to add
yes.
there?
Also, another thing to help with retention is short-term salary support with the long-term commitment from the employer is important. And as Jim mentioned, employees see that if you're a company that's looking to invest in them, they're excited about going to work. If an employee has financial goals, they're going to work, right? And so those things, those supports will really help them not just get a job, but also retain that job. I think that's important.
Yeah, that's really huge. Thank you for that, Andre. So I think we're hearing so many, really important and innovative approaches to how to ensure that folks get access to these opportunities and sort of stay within the workforce once they've been trained. I wonder from each of you, if you could just sort of speak to, what are the things that the state should be doing? What are the areas of focus for our investment, for our policies, for our planning, in your view? You know, should we be focused on upskilling? Should we be focused on supportive resources for folks entering into the workforce? And what are some of the things that you think we should really, where should we, assuming we're going to stand up some of these programs and continue to expand what we've already got, where should we be focused? And anybody can jump in.
Well, I think for me personally, always, more funding to help these supports so that it's sustainable. And also for smaller businesses, smaller local contractors that are looking to be a part of the pipeline, provide support through micro business support development to help them grow and be profitable. I think that'll make it even more sustainable for them to hire new workers so that they can, be able to have the capacity for new workers. So that also helps with incentives. I heard earlier, the incentives helps drive the market too. So having incentives for customers helps drive it because, again, more work creates more workforce opportunities to hire folks. So all of those things together I think would be important.
That's great.
And I know the BPU has been working on and working in conjunction with utility and other groups around their workforce development working group, utilizing the existing community groups that are already doing some of these wraparound services. IELTS is a perfect example of this, but kind of funding the folks that are already doing this work so that we're not recreating something new or putting things in opposition with each other, really utilizing kind of the resources that are already in existence. The federal funding just kind of adds another layer that can be provided on top of this, but basically creating those pathways of having these pre-employment wraparound services that lead into a training facility or a training program, and then ultimately would result in some kind of placement, and kind of making sure that that is available, and whether that comes in terms of like smaller contractor networks, the trade allies that the utilities have, how to incorporate the folks that are doing the work, maybe not just on like the large utility scale, but as it trickles down, to all the way down through residential work. Similar to the comment earlier about why labor isn't on this panel, it's going to be primarily focused on more localized residential work. So ensuring that the smaller contractors and that there's a space for more businesses to be developed in local communities, because again, all of this work is going to be localized. Everyone, the houses aren't moving, so that's where the work is. So we need folks in those areas to do those jobs.
If I could just add, Kate, just to share, the utility filings for the next triennium have proposed expansions of workforce development, and then what you're hearing, a common theme right now, is the wraparound services. So in addition to trainings, we need to be cognizant of those wraparound services. So that's going to include transportation, and that might also include things like childcare, right, for some of those challenged individuals. And then I think it's just important maybe to have a focus on, the training for contractors to help facilitate hiring and promote that upward mobility, for the persons hired into some of those entry-level roles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think I'm listening because I think we need
Yeah,
to adopt
right.
what's being heard, right? So,
We're all in this together.
but I think, and as far as Department of Labor, we're in a good place with our programs that we have, right? We have a gains program that helps individuals, helps employers offset the cost of training if they're hired into a registered apprenticeship occupation. We have our PACE program, which is a pre-apprenticeship training to help prepare individuals for apprenticeship. Our NJ Build program helps train women and minorities into the construction trades. And then we're talking about upskilling the skills of employers as well, where employers can apply for our upskill grant. It's a customized training grant that's really based on the employer's needs. So that application is developed strictly around the employer's needs. So if there's a certification, whatever it might be, that employer develops that application, applies for it. To be candid, I think helping out streamline the application process, because it is competitive, definitely is something that we are looking at trying to do, but we have to stay within the parameters of the law. But we are, I think, in a good place as far as labor. Obviously, funding is always a key part, so I would just advocate whatever funding does come from the federal government to the state, that a piece of that does go to workforce development and to more training opportunities.
Great, yeah. Focusing on the current HVAC workforce for just a second, and maybe, John, you could kick us off with this, and then Christina, maybe speak a little bit to some of the utility programs if you'd like. But, you know, in thinking about how these services are typically delivered, oftentimes it'll be, you know, a resident or a property owner has experienced some sort of an issue with a system in their building, and so they call on their contractor to come out and make that fix. And it's sort of at that decision point at which you are really, like, you know, getting advice from your contractor and determining what you want, if you want to replace like for like with a, you know, fossil fuel system, if you want to make a switch to a high efficiency heat pump, if you want to do more efficiency work at that point. And I know I've had this experience, probably all of you have had it too, that oftentimes you're just thinking about how do I get the heat back on and do it within, you know, the most cost-effective way possible within my budget. So can you speak a little bit to kind of what your view is of what we need to be doing with the current HVAC workforce to ensure that contractors have enough information to feel like they can help consumers to make an informed choice?
Absolutely, and I think contractor education is really critical. It's called out in both Homes and HEEHRA that there should be a qualified contractor list, as well as facilities and pathways, or rather partners and distributors under HEEHRA specifically. But really kind of utilizing that as a launching point to establish what criteria for HVAC contractors doing this type of work really need to be, you know, certified on, creating pathways for emerging contractors, emerging businesses to get into that pathway, I think is going to be critical. I know earlier today, I think it was on the first panel, there was talk about kind of back office support for small businesses, contractors that are, you know, have 8 jobs lined up for the day. That's what their plan is. They're not worrying, you know, or they're not as focused on those back end, you know, paperwork and rebates. So if there's a way to kind of help or assist in that function, streamlining the process, allowing for more creative solutions to get these funding sources and programs up and running is going to be really critical here.
Yep, and as I had just shared earlier, you know, it's key, right, to have training for contractors. You mentioned education training. You know, our companies, the utilities are going out into under-resourced communities. That's where you know, they're helping train folks. So it's important that when we're taking a look at that and other organizations and there's a focus on that training that workforce, that you're making sure that they have a good understanding of what the expectation is when they go. When they decide to you know, find an employer that might work for them to work as they're doing things like HVAC work. So just making sure that that there's an opportunity for the contractors as well to have that sufficient training.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, developing this workforce now will prepare us as the industry evolves with new technologies, electrifying New Jersey. Our incumbent workers need additional training as well to be able to prepare to step up to the evolving industry. I think that's important, right? And also in this field is, you know, because I'm usually training the guys that are in the attics, in the crawl spaces, and that stuff. But another part of this is, you know, with the HVAC companies, they also have to have folks in their job that has that know the technical skills, right? That can do the marketing, and there's a whole nother piece that also has to be addressed with the paperwork and, you know, just doing all of the system stuff. That's so important too. So there's a lot of different opportunities in terms of employment for companies that do the energy efficiency work as well.
Do you have anything to add there? We covered a lot.
Yeah, I don't have anything for that, but thank you.
So last question from me and to each of you, and then would love to turn it over to the audience. And so folks have, you know, start getting your questions ready and come on up to the mic as we close out with this last question for all the panelists. But I wonder, you know, as you think about, you know, all of these initiatives that we're working to implement, all of the work that you all are doing, and the organizations that you work with, as we put these into place and these investments come online, what in your view is a good measure of success? How do we determine the impact of the training programs and the supports that we're offering, and what does success sort of look like and how do we really measure whether or not we're doing a good job with building a diverse, inclusive, well-supported energy efficiency workforce in New Jersey?
I can jump off here. I was just looking actually at some statistics from E2 and E for the Future. In 2022, 75% of the energy efficiency workforce in New Jersey is male, and 75% of the energy efficiency workforce or 76% is white. So I think right there is a pretty easy identifiable benchmark to expand, what a goal would be. Shifting those on a more equal or more, balanced trend. I think that a lot of this does go towards the wraparound services and components of that nature as well, where this is a very male-dominated industry. So allowing for the opportunity for more women to be in the field doing this type of work, I think is going to be, kind of critical to the success of these programs.
Yeah. That's really helpful, yeah.
For me, it's seeing guys working, guys and gals working. Seeing folks working, their finances are in order, that helps the economy. We're providing a service that helps our communities, and healthier homes, more efficient, that lines up with the governor's goal of electrifying and impacting our carbon footprint. But more important, seeing folks working, seeing smaller companies grow the opportunities to engage more workers. I think, for me, that's a success, seeing that. And also, we think about, like you mentioned, different populations getting into this. You got unemployed, underemployed, but also we got returning citizens that are coming out. Engage these folks, turn them into taxpayers, right? As opposed to footing the bill for them being incarcerated, engaging them on that level. And oftentimes when I'm training folks or returning citizens, I tell you, you got to look for jobs that folks don't want to do and do those jobs, and I think that's important. So really finding those folks that want to do this work, that will benefit from this work, and how we can help them be successful at these jobs, I think is important.
That's great.
And I think with the diversity and inclusion is just ensuring that any grant funding that we do, any incentives that we do provide to employers has that, you must serve underserved communities throughout the state. We've been fortunate with our GAINS program. 2 years ago, we did an analysis, and 75% of the participants of we had 14 grants, 75% of participants of all those grants were either women or minorities. So we are trying to focus and increase the number of women and minorities, not only in the registered apprenticeship occupations in the state, but particularly the grant funding that we have. And I think also success would be also seeing a wage increase as well, right? So somebody who might be earning minimum wage today, hey, if they go into a training program and into a career, and now their income's going up by 20 or 30%, it's huge, right? Going from $15 an hour to $20 an hour is meaningful to a family to sustain their wages and sustain everything. So I think just looking at the wages and also making sure that we are serving those in those underserved communities and making sure we're giving them opportunity that they have not had in the past would be key to that.
Yeah. Christina, you want to close this out?
Sure, and then just offering another perspective here. So the utilities have a reporting process on workforce development, so it is measured, and I think that's important. As far as training, how many people go through the training programs, and how many contractors are participating in utility programs. So it's important that we are tracking that. But I'll also just say this, that we recognize there's a need for new workforce. For all new clean energy technologies, and we're excited to participate in the training of that new workforce to lead the state's clean energy goals.
Excellent. Great. Well, so now's your chance if you have questions for this fantastic panel or thoughts you'd like to share with us. Okay. Jump on up here.
I've actually been working with the Building Performance Association that does a lot of work nationally with contractors, as well as HACC and AACP, which are it's a Maryland apprenticeship program. So trying to figure out the best way for the rebate programs. So my question, the things that keep coming up, and I'm glad, Christina, you mentioned transportation and childcare seem to be the reasons why people will apply for the apprenticeship program and be accepted, and they're all ready, and then it falls through because of childcare and transportation. And those are really big things, particularly for the more disadvantaged community that we're trying to bring into the workforce. The other thing is I keep hearing that we're pushing, like where we're going, it's too late. Like we need to really be earlier in high schools, not just senior year, but right at the very beginning, that there's this push a lot of high schools have to make that success in high school means how many kids are going to college, when some of those kids may really be much happier and more successful professionally if they go into a trade. And how do we make sure to reach out to the trades, the trade high schools that have the technical high schools, and any high school, just to get to them earlier in that process. So my question is New Jersey thinking about reaching out to those high schools earlier, and also the small businesses that are non-union, because like you said, a lot of these rebate programs are for the small businesses that unions don't want to unionize, mom and pop HVAC companies. Is there work that New Jersey is doing to help support them coming together and from the apprenticeship side and to develop their own mini trade associations so that they can work together to do this training?
I'll be willing to start. So I think, so first regarding, I don't want to speak for Department of Education, but I know there are conversations through the Career and Technical Education departments about making sure that there's it's done earlier in their school process of exposing to trades and actually all industries, right, to employment. And in the state, about 2 years ago, there's a school report card. So each school is judged primarily on how many how many high school students go to college. We did add on the school report card about 2 years ago, registered apprenticeship. So if someone is going to go into the trades, it is listed as a positive outcome. And primarily it's for those counselors that are being judged on where those students are going, right? So it was not a successful outcome at the time. So that has been added. I think we'll see that. Now it's still going to be, I think, a very low percentage, but at least it's something that they can be judged on and looked at. The second question was about supporting our contractors. So we started our New Jersey Office of Apprenticeship 5 years ago. So we have an employer engagement unit that helps employers individually. Our industry sector strategy unit helps out the industry. So if there is an association, say, that's going to kind of pull together contractors, we can meet with that association. We can meet with the members of that association, those individual contractors, and determine what is the support that you need and help link them to the right spot. Again, a lot of our customized training grants is totally employer focused, so we can help connect them to the right pot of money, or even just even source candidates for open positions. We can help with whatever criteria an employer has, driver's license, a college degree, whatever it might be. We can give individuals that are within our one-stop system that are looking for work and connect them easily. So there's a lot of service that we do provide at Labor to help out with that.
Yeah.
And one thing we do at IOS, and in our lead work and in our shell work, we recruit contractors to do work all throughout the state, and we have a round-robin system where they don't have to compete against each other because they're sharing the work. We have to do bidding on the HVAC work, but for the shell work and the lead work, we have a round-robin, and that also keeps them working, but it also provides opportunity for them to hire folks as well. And I remember a guy that I respect in our industry, Kyle Haphaven, told me years ago, he said, we have to have home performance in schools. They should learn about building performance in schools, building science in schools, because it's a viable pathway. If you're not going to college, you can get certified in the home performance industry and start a career there. It needs to be in high school. They need to start doing it earlier.
Yeah. That was a really thoughtful question. I'm up here thinking about my own conversations I had with my younger brother when I encouraged him, initially to go to college, and he ended up in the trades. So did some college and ended up in the trades. So you certainly want to support where folks believe their passion lies. But just to share, the utilities. In addition, to creating that pipeline and working with the tech schools, the community colleges, they are focused on working the high schoolers, because there's a recognition that they're thinking about, you know, what a career looks like for them, and it might not necessarily be the route that takes them through college, right? So, and then I think it's also important too, from an NJUA perspective, we're cognizant of this. So we have education and scholarship support, especially for those that are pursuing a career in the utility route that's going the technical school route, so, and the trade school. So, you know, it's certainly something we're conscious of, and we know that we get a very valuable workforce out of those types of students.
Yeah, that's fantastic. John, did you want to add anything there? I'll just jump in and say that, you know, New Jersey is very, very proud to have the nation's only K-12 climate curriculum standard. We wish more states had one, and hopefully they will, but, you know, for now, we're the only one. But I love this idea of starting to teach building home performance standards and building science in school earlier, and maybe that's something that we could think about how to incorporate into, you know, some of our curriculum standards in the state. Any other questions or thoughts? Great. Well, this has been such a fantastic, dynamic discussion. Really appreciate each of you for sharing your time and your insights with us today. And I think there's lots of collaboration and discussion as we all, you know, work together to move this forward. But really, really appreciate your time today.
Thanks.
Thank you. Right.
So Kate, Christina, Andre, John, Jim, thank you so much for a great discussion and rounding out a very productive and insightful technical conference. If we can just give one last round of applause for all the panelists today. I want to thank all of our panelists for their willingness to participate and commitment to collaboration. More specifically, I want to recognize and thank our moderators, Stacy, Phil, Kim, Rupa, and Kate, for facilitating very productive and engaging panels, and our entire energy efficiency team for their hard work. I want to also note Taryn Boland, Stacy Peterson, and Bob Rapson for their leadership in helping make this technical conference a reality. And last but very not least, Miranda, our intern, for all of her hard work and support. All the emails you've received for registration, the entire page, all of that background work was done by Miranda. And lastly, I want to note Kate Klinger and Preeti Thangaraj from the Governor's Office for their guidance and partnership. As we wrap up the technical conference today, there are a few next steps that I'm going to briefly outline. First, staff will collate all of this feedback and input, review our conversations, and identify areas for continued learning. Second, the board has a comment period open on this matter. Please submit any comments you have by 5 p.m. on January 5th. That's just over 3 weeks away, or just under 3 weeks away. And lastly, please be on the lookout for opportunities for continued engagement. This conversation is not over, and we look forward to your continued collaboration. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us. We look forward to those conversations. Thank you, everyone, and have a very happy holiday.